Sometimes I'm gaining, then again I'm losing. Sometimes I'm rising, yes sir, then again I'm falling. Sometimes I'm gaining, then again I'm losing. Sometimes I'm rising, yes sir, then again I'm falling. Let Jesus work it out. Need some Father would work it out. Oh, let God work it out. Need some Father would work it out. Oh, let God work it out. Need some Father would work it out. Oh, let God work it out. Oh, work it out. You work it out for Mother Lisa. Sometimes I'm gaining, then again I'm losing. Sometimes I'm rising, yes sir, then again I'm falling. Sometimes I'm gaining, then again I'm losing. Sometimes I'm rising, yes sir, then again I'm falling.
All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Top of the morning to you. Today, we're going to be watching what is being touted, at least according to Patrick Bet-David, as the great debate this morning. So hope everyone's doing well. It is 10:39 Eastern time, and we're just going to be patiently anticipating the debate to start here around 11 o'clock is what we're expecting. So I'm curious, before the debate starts, I wanted to just kind of chat with you guys and see what everyone's thinking about what's going to happen in the debate. Me personally, I'll start. Me personally, I believe that Andrew's going to absolutely demolish, just mollywop Candace this morning. Now, why do I say that? Because I just don't see how she's going to be able to substantiate many of her claims. Now, as we know, Candace has been going on about Charlie Kirk visiting her in her dreams and all this going on for, how long now? A year. And I think Andrew, he's going to hold her feet to the fire. He's going to ask her to provide some type of evidence for many of her claims, of which I don't think she's going to be able to do much with, to be honest. So what I suspect we're going to see today is, one, Andrew is a very skilled debater. So I've been seeing some of the comments and leading up on other people's platforms, over on Patrick Bet-David. I was checking out some of the comments in the live chat there. And some people think Andrew's going to come out here and be so overly aggressive. I don't know what his strategy is, but me knowing Andrew, I suspect he's going to be very calm, cool, collected. He's going to be straightforward. He's going to be clear. He's going to ask for evidence. And I think this could be a potentially humiliating experience for Queen Candace. I don't know. Did someone say Rachel's in the chat? I didn't see that. Shout out to Hattori Hanzo getting us started here on our super chat goal on YouTube. Throws in $10, says for the Jose Miguel retainer fund. Yeah, Jose, if you guys weren't with us last night, we had a blast. Anybody who's watched my open panels know that Jose joins me. Well, we're going to start doing a weekly show on Thursday evening. So every Thursday evening, Jose is going to be on with me to chat about a variety of topics. So looking forward to that. It's going to be a lot of fun. Oh, shout out to my brother AC. Throws in $5. Says Queen Candace and her TikTok wine moms set serious conspiracy people back 10. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. This is something that I've been saying about Candace, just on basic stuff. I think it was Patrick Bet-David, asked her what Freemasonry was, or no, it was Sean Ryan. It was her interview on the Sean Ryan podcast. And he just asked her, what's Freemasonry? And she immediately goes into Adam Weishaupt. And I'm not to say there's not a connection with Weishaupt and speculative Freemasonry, but they are two separate things. The Illuminati, the Bavarian Illuminati, is a separate thing from speculative Freemasonry. But, she'll present some of these conspiracy theories. You're like, I think you memorized some type of YouTube video because you missed a whole section of history here. But she sets actual conspiracy theorists back a bit. We could have changed half of TPUSA and been debating the tech right by now. Yeah. I totally agree. And as I talked about last night with Jose, what this debate, I think, represents and symbolizes is what is the plan forward for the right wing? Part of Andrew's, and even, some of the shots people have taken at him, but his idea is that we need to transform the institutions that already exist. Last night, Jose and I were talking about the GOP, the Republican Party. What's the state of it moving forward? And is a third party an option? You're hearing people, even Tucker Carlson, speculate about a third party. I think that'd be absolutely disastrous for any right-wing representation in the U.S. government. The way our system is set up, it is a dialectical two-party system, unfortunately. And that is not to defend the GOP in any way. So For Andrew, his approach is that we need to transform these institutions from the inside, and Candace represents one because of the Zionism potentially tied with TPSJ or whatever, that we need to destroy these institutions, which is going to set back any sort of political momentum significantly. Hey, morning, Darth Grumpy Dad. God bless you, brother. Hope you have a beautiful day over in the mountains. I'm not gonna dox the guy. I'm not gonna reveal where he is, but I do know where he is. Major thank you too to Victor Ziegler. Victor Ziegler throws in a generous $50 super chat this morning. He says, back-to-back DPH today. What a treat. Let's go, or let's get the fun going. Let's get ready to rumble. Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Victor Ziegler, for the generous support. And he throws in another $20 over on Streamlabs. Says, let's take a moment to appreciate Sir Johnson and Miss Slowboy for their effort, community leaders. Absolutely. W's in the chat for Slowboy Whiteboard, our sister Kristen, and Dr. Crispy Johnson. I always want to call him Crispy Rothschild. But yeah, shout out to you guys. W's in the chat for you. All the mods that do great stuff for the channel. God bless you guys. AC throws in another 10. It says, I think Andrew is too tight on the Trump train sometimes, but he's done more to get you in Dyer's positions outside his visibility than anyone and lined up a chance to debate the TPUSA positions. Yeah, no, here's the thing. Andrew, Rachel, those are personal friends of mine. Jay, he's going to be on today. Dyer's going to be on at 5 o'clock today. These are personal friends of mine. So I know they can be polarizing figures for some people. I know Andrew can be, a flavor that is not palatable for some people, but all three of them are good people and good friends. So yeah, Andrew, he's helped me out before. I'll actually be going and helping him with his next debate course, potentially this month. And is Andrew too tight on the Trump train? Look, whatever Andrew, he's not a shill, right? He got paid to teach people how to debate at TPUSA. He's not paid by TPUSA. All right. And whatever you think about his political beliefs, he's one that believes in reforming the system more. Okay. You can have difference of opinions. I've been a little shocked by some of the Orthodox like wanting to excommunicate Andrew Wilson. It's like, guys, chill out. Just like a few months ago, you were all in favor, and now, for one reason or another, people are massively upset. So just chill out. Just chill out. And he's a good guy. He's legitimately a good friend. I saw the video where he mentioned previously being a Mason. Everybody's like, oh, he's a Mason. He's a Mason. Andrew's a Mason. Okay, like he's not a Mason anymore. And how many people have converted to Orthodox that used to be a Mason? So just chill out. Just chill out, people. Just chill. Yeah, he's allowed to vote for who he wants. And, Andrew and I have difference of opinions on a lot of things. Like when we hang out, we make fun of each other, and he may say something I think that is absolutely retarded and tell him, and then he'll say the same thing back to me. That's just, it's okay. It's okay. People don't have to hold every single one of your beliefs. Major thank you to Under the Tide, gives 5 Codal Crew memberships. God bless you. Thank you very much for that. And AC followed up with another 5, says, imagine having a friend you slightly disagree with on 10 to 20% of things. Oh my God, I must disown and slander my friend. He must be Mossad. Exactly. That's what's so ridiculous here is, Andrew can disagree with me 20, 30, 40%. It's okay. As men, as friends, it's all right. So just chill. And Andrew doesn't have to be your voice. So if you find him, distasteful in certain ways, so be it. He's an Orthodox brother. Rachel is an Orthodox sister. They have a family. They're trying to, do the good fight right now. It is what it is. We're in very polarizing, contentious times. So, if anything, we should all be praying for Andrew and Rachel as Jenny and I have been, because they're being attacked by a lot of wicked people. So, let's see. What's the chat saying? Oh, Rachel's in the chat. Andrew was a Freemason for a very short time, 13 years ago. We lived in a tiny rural town, and he was just like a men's networking club. As soon as they started doing the gay rituals, he was out. Exactly. So shout out to Rachel. Again, God bless the Wilsons. Wish you guys the absolute best this morning. 10 minutes till debate time. So that's what I see these things, and it's just so disingenuous. Like, how many people, I was formerly into psychedelics and New Age. Like, to claim that it's like the people who claim I run a psychedelic cult as Church of the Eternal. It's like, what are you talking about? I don't even do psychedelics. I haven't done psychedelics in a long time. I'm not New Age. It's like people can change. So I don't get this whole idea of painting Andrew as a Freemason because, he was once amazing. A lot of people were once at different things. Rachel said, I think Andrew's first stream with Jay Dyer, they talked about the Freemason thing. Oh, okay. See, I wasn't even familiar, but I know him personally, so it didn't, I was at the baptism of Andrew, Rachel, and their daughters with Chase Haggard. We personally went to their baptism. So Rachel says, like a lot of people just didn't realize what it was at the higher level. Of course not. And a lot of people that are still in it don't realize what it is at the higher levels. Absolutely. Blink 4444 throws in 5 says it doesn't count unless he's 33rd degree. And if he is, then hell yeah, maybe he can make something happen. Fair enough. Fair enough. As I said, I might start giving out degrees here soon. Anybody who's been a Codal Crew member for over 33 months, you're officially a 33rd degree. The Church of the Eternal Logos grants you and bestows that honor upon you. Was it on the Michael Witkoff debunk stream? I know he mentioned that during the Witkoff debunk stream. I know he mentioned that. So what do you guys think is getting ready to unfold here? I suspect Candace is going to be shocked at how all of this transpires, and she is not going to get away with some of her word slop, her intuitional argumentation. It's not going to fly today. I think it's going to be a huge problem for her, and it's going to be quite apparent, at least in regards to a debate. Now, and here's the thing. Can you have an opinion that maybe there's something more to the Tyler Robinson trial or the assassination? Of course, of course. The point of the debate here, though, is what can be proven. What can actually be proven? And that's where Candace is going to have a whole, can of worms here to try to figure out. Can she prove the Egyptian planes flying over? Can she prove this thing? Can she prove Charlie visiting her in her dream? In rural France, random farmers are Freemasons that only know the economic incentive. Yeah, I mean, it's basically just a men's club at this point. Candace is going through the Stranger Things plot summaries right now. Yeah, exactly. Oh, man. Who in the chat thinks that? I'm just curious. I mean, obviously I'm biased because I'm friends with the Wilsons and I'm supporting Andrew, but I'm curious, does anyone in the chat think that Candace is going to pull this out? Do we have any Candace supporters in the chat? Rachel says, I'm surprised. I genuinely thought Candace was going to pull out last second. I still don't put it past her to do some funny business, though. I wouldn't either. I'm surprised she agreed to it in the first place, but I guess for $300,000, why wouldn't you? Rachel says, I haven't heard a single thing from Andrew this morning, so I'm assuming things are going as planned. Oh, I figured Rachel would be. You didn't go with them? I figured you'd be with them. She says, debate contract says that Candace had to agree to defend this position. The evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is a federal government patsy. Okay. So she's got to prove that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. Interesting. Andrew has agreed to defend that the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson murdered Charlie. Okay, so that's the debate prompt right there. So we see what the ultimate debate prompt is. It's about Tyler Robinson and the guilty verdict regarding the murder and assassination. AC throws in 20, says, you can never prove jack on 99% of conspiracies until decades later. That's true many times. The biggest thing MK Ultra is now is social media and academic ideology. It's self-operating, and they could just wait for killings, then exploit. Yeah. Well, if it wasn't for the finding of those files in the warehouse, was it in the late 70s, early 80s, MK Ultra would have been covered up. So the iconic order throws in 2, says debate won't get past meta and semantics, in my opinion. I could see that. I could see Candace not willing to engage. I know they're supposed to be not using ad hominems, but I could easily see Candace getting in a predicament and just kind of throwing ad hominems and not really being good faith. Rachel said, I stayed home because I can't stand Candace. I don't want to mess things up for Andrew. She made it clear she didn't want me there and called me mentally unwell and toxic, which did have me laughing. Yeah. So Queen Candace is scared of Rachel? Oh my gosh. Queen Candace scared of Rachel's mere presence. I guess, one BIPOC diva is jealous of another BIPOC diva. Clearly, too many queens in the kitchen, as they used to say, right? Did Jay become the moderator and now it's going to be half an hour later until? Yeah, it could be. We'll see. I mean, it's 3 minutes until on the dot. So debate's supposed to be starting in 3 minutes. Now, I know that in my audience, the vast majority of us are rooting for Andrew. Yeah, Rachel mogging Candace. Again, there's only so much space for a couple E-divas. And you know how catty women can get. So Candace, she just can't control herself when she sees another E-diva. Pure exoteric nonsense. Both sides are control. How is Andrew controlled opposition? Well, what is the argument there? Is it that he's controlled by TPUSA? Like, you may disagree with Andrew's political positions or things he advocates. That's one thing. Okay. But who is he controlled by? I'm confused. Who is he controlled by? TPUSA, is that what the argument is? Erica Kirk controls Andrew Wilson? Initiated into the lodge. Oh my God. So anybody who's ever joined Freemasonry can't become Orthodox? It's a unforgivable sin? They agreed to over 3 hours of debate time in the contract, which I think is an advantage for Andrew. Absolutely, it's an advantage for Andrew. The more he gets this woman to talk, the better. The more he gets this woman to talk, the better. It's absolutely beneficial for him. And I'm blown away that she's willing to sit there for 3 hours and be cross-examined. I mean, for her worldview to be put on blast this morning. That's pretty interesting. Shout out to the American Nacho. Shout out to my brother, the American Nacho. God bless you, bro. Hope the family is doing well. He throws in 5, says it's so dumb. I have questions about the official narrative, but Candace is completely off the rails and needs to be stopped. Laugh out. She's flooding the zone. Absolutely. And that's what leads so many people to speculate that she may actually be false opposition. As I've talked about before, one, the amount of engagement she gets in a live stream. I've said some controversial things. Again, I would never criticize Israel because, YouTube listening to this stream, we love Netanyahu, we love Israel. But she said things that are controversial that I have had videos taken down for here on YouTube. And yet she gets 150,000 live viewers. And it makes you think, is she trying to outflank the Overton window and sort of create basically a sort of limited hangout, and then taint actual conspiracies and anomalies with some of her craziness? It's possible. It's possible, and it surely makes sense. It would definitely make sense. So I've seen people speculate that maybe Candace is false opposition, or she's still operating on some of the contracts with Daily Wire where they have YouTube insiders that help them. I don't know. Avant-Garde throws in 10, says, we need a name for you as an ortho bro. If Jay is mean guy and Andrew is smoky man, what are you? I don't know. I'm Dr. DPH. I have no idea. I have no idea who I am. It's an existential battle for us all, isn't it? Who are we really? Rachel says, Andrew would never take money to saying things you didn't believe in or to promote a narrative that he knew was false. He does really well for himself and does not need TPUSA money. Exactly. And I know that. That's why if Andrew has an opinion that I disagree with, that's just his opinion. I don't know why everything has to be a conspiracy or all of a sudden he's a paid shill for someone. Like, can't people just have difference of opinions and that's okay? Like, it's like I had a guy accuse me of being a Mason in I forget what it was, a secret Zionist or something like that. It's like, what are you talking about? It's just the conspiracy stuff gets people in crazy positions, I feel. TPUSA leadership is split down the middle, about half of them wanting to move away from the Zionism and Big 10 Republican stuff. The other half does. Yeah, I could definitely see that. TPU leadership is split down the middle on whether to move away. Andrew is trying to influence them in the right direction, but he's not being paid. Can you pronounce Green Beret? Green Beret. Was this a test? Was this an IQ test? Did Victor Ziegler just set me up for an IQ test of some sort? He throws in another one, says 400 people watching, show some love and make it rain on this special day. Absolutely. And thank you all so much for being here. Smash that like. It's going to be a fun stream. I'm excited to see what transpires this morning. And don't forget, we're going to be back today at 5:00 p.m. Jay Dyer is going to be joining me. We're doubling up today. We're doing a little double dipping on this August 14th, Friday, August 14th. And with Jay, we're going to be diving into all types of contemporary issues, topics, stuff like that. Did Rachel say something about Owen Benjamin? I can't find it in the chat. Here it is. Owen Benjamin he's a nutcase. He's hated me and Andrew ever since the Jim Bob debate, and everybody goes after me to try to get Andrew's attention. No, the hate on you, Rachel, I've seen some of it. It's vicious. I mean, it's vicious. It's hot in the streets, you know. It's tough out here in the streets, guys. But Owen Benjamin, that dude is an absolute nut job. That guy is a nut job. AC throws in 5, says, Andrew doing this debate will get him and Ortho Bros visible debate against TPUSA people within the year. Put money on it. Yeah, hopefully so. You know, I was, when I chatted with Andrew, I was hoping to get in the debate con, the next one in Dallas. I think it's in December. So I'm going to start throwing my hat in the ring to do some more debates and get it into the debate scene a little bit stronger. So absolutely, this is only beneficial. It's only beneficial for him to take a debate like this. Victor Ziegler says it's from the Candace word mispronunciation reel. Oh, did she say green beret? Because she reads her teleprompter. Okay, I was being tested. It was an IQ test. I'm glad I passed. Yeah. The Gibraltar? I saw the Candace clip on trying to pronounce Gibraltar. That one was a little shocking. I didn't realize Gibraltar was such a difficult pronunciation. Shout out to Rachel, a 40th degree Codal Mason. Oh my gosh. Member for 40 months. Says Andrew is political strategist. He wants to recapture the institutions from the conservative right, or for the conservative right. He's getting young Orthodox men internships at these right-wing NGOs using his influence. Yeah. And that's what I've been saying is people don't understand the crusade Andrew's on. And it's essentially the debate on the right wing right now. It's what do you do with the institution that's already exist? Andrew's on the side of along with like Steven Crowder and some others, is that we should infiltrate and take over the institutions. So the GOP being one, TPUSA, all these organizations and institutional leverage and power we already have. Andrew's argument is that we need to infiltrate. We don't need to destroy and undermine if we're going to continue political momentum, especially into 2028. So that's, whether you agree with that or not, that's the line of thought. That's what he's trying to do. I ask dumb questions. Well, hopefully this one isn't one of them. Hope you're doing well during the Dormition fast. I am. Thank you very much for that. I'm not much for the whole Candace versus Andrew drama. I don't trust Andrew nor Candace, and it feels like a forced narrative to pigeonhole people into pro-war or schizo views. Well, that's not what the debate about. Again, I have a difference of opinion on Andrew on the Iran war, for example, or maybe on Epstein we have difference of opinion. That's not what this is about. This is about Tyler Robinson. This is about the Charlie Kirk assassination. And this is an attempt to hold Candace's feet to the fire with all the nonsense she's been spewing for a year. So that's really what it's about. I don't know why you don't trust Andrew per se. I can vouch as a friend that he is a good man and he's not a shill. He's not being paid by TPUSA. I promise you. You may disagree with, like, again, when I'm with Andrew, we go back and forth on all types of different things. So, you know, I know some Orthodox were upset with his take on the Iran war. For example, okay, he's got a different opinion on the Iran war. You guys know what I think. I've been covering regarding eschatology and stuff like that. So, yeah. But I ask dumb questions. I appreciate the support, brother. God bless you. And this is not about, again, pro-war versus schizo views. This is about Tyler Robinson. So just, you know, separate those things from each other. They're not the exact same. Deedle Dumpling throws in 10, no comment. Thank you very much, Deedle Dumpling. Appreciate the support. George throws in 10, says, I'm a fan of the Wilsons. Absolutely. I know the Wilsons. The Wilsons are good people. That's why I'm not going to turn my back or disavow the Wilsons. Smokey Man said a lot of bad words. Hey, that's how Andrew is in private and in public. Okay. It's not a character. I'm a fan of the Wilsons. I enjoyed Rachel's book. Yeah, her book is fantastic. Andrew comes across as a partisan political actor defending the party. As soon as the state told me it was a 30-06 hit Charlie Kirk in the neck, I called BS. Well, it's one of the things that I'm suspicious of. I know Andrew referenced MLK before regarding a 30-06. A lot of theories regarding, again, even MLK's assassination and a bullet that exits his neck and then enters back into his neck and destroys his vertebrae, but whatever. That was one of the things. Again, I don't have to agree on everything regarding the official narrative of the Charlie Kirk stuff to recognize that Candace Owens is batshit crazy. She's legitimately nuts, and she's confused so many people, especially these women, these wine moms. So, you know, was it 30-06 that hit Charlie in the neck? Well, according to what we're told, it is. And I don't know what to think. I've shot 30-06. I would expect a big exit wound. I would expect, but there are anomalies, and it's not the first time it's ever happened. So again, I don't know what to think about it. But that's my point, is you don't have to be sold the total package of the narrative here. It can be more complicated. But for the evidence that we have, Tyler Robinson is the killer. For the evidence that whatever you think, right, everything else is unsubstantiated speculation. That's what this debate is about. What can actually be proven? What do we actually know? Deedle Dumpling became a Code Crew member. God bless you, bro. Oh, and thank you so much to Melly, gifted 5 Codal Crew memberships. Thank you so much, Melly. God bless you, sister. And congrats on everyone who just became a member. Melly then followed up with a $5 super chat. It says, Candace said Solomon's omelet instead of I've seen so many of the semantic blunders of Candace Owens, and it almost worries me because I do some semantic blunders sometimes, and I think, oh God, I hope Alzheimer's isn't hitting early, and I'm going to start sounding like that here soon. Omelet instead of amulet. Omelet versus amulet. All right. Oh, Blink 4444 throws in 5 says, in 10 years, a bunch of haters are going to look back at Andrew's work and admit they were wrong. Speaking as a former hater. Yeah, I think that's true. I think that's going to be generally true, is especially on this topic with Candace and some of these conspiracy theories. We're going to realize in the future that, maybe he wasn't totally correct on everything, or maybe he is, who knows, but he was certainly in the right going after Candace Owens. Okay. So that's just a fact. What we got here, it looks like, is the debate getting ready to start? Here we go. Come on, debate. I'm ready to get this thing popping. Rough Hands, been a Code Crew member for 40 months, same as Rachel. Wow. Morning, gang. Thank you so much, Rough Hands. God bless you, bro. Steve the Turd throws in 5, says, be content. You'll never know for sure what happened. Thanks to, yeah, that's another one. Well, that's part of the problem with the conspiracy theorists like Candace, is they're convinced that, they can concoct some asinine theory. And if it mildly cajoles into some narrative, well, they've substantiated its fact. They've proven it. They've proven the case. What? It was like the Fort Huachuca meeting. It's like, okay, remember the video of Harrison Smith? Remember the whole narrative about Fort Huachuca and the secret meeting to plan the assassination of Charlie Kirk? And she was talking about this. And I remember this was like was it on X? Maybe it was a live stream, or it was on like an X space or something. I just remember Harrison Smith confronting Candace and asking her, okay, so let's assume everything you said is true. What does it all mean? So are you saying that Erica Kirk went to Fort Huachuca with these people and they planned? Well, no, I'm not saying. Okay, so what are you saying? I'm saying that they went there. Okay, if we say that they went there, what does that mean? What are you telling us? What is the message? Well, they're acting funny when I bring it up. Okay. That's not really evidence for anything, though. A Derp throws in 10, says, why is everyone insane now? Yeah, it's a good question. Why is everyone insane? I have no idea. Hey, Wicked Wally's in the building. Shout out to Wicked Wally and Millie. Walking home from my chiropractor, figure I can put in 10 miles while this gets fired up. Yeah, absolutely. Well, I hope your back problems or whatever you're feeling right now is getting worked out there, Wally. But thank you so much. God bless you and Millie. I hope you guys are doing good right now. Over on Dono Chat, we have an anonymous super chatter, throws in 25, says, hope this helps convince Jose's missus that he should spend lots of time streaming with you. Laugh out loud. Been watching you for a while. Sorry this isn't a huge amount, but hope it's a blessing to you all. God bless you and hope your eye gets better. Well, thank you very much, Anonymous Super Chat. I appreciate that. Yeah, my eye is feeling way better today. I can't put contacts in for like another 2 weeks. If anybody don't know, I had my cornea scratched from mowing the yard. Something got underneath my contact. My friend and fellow member of the Logos Academy, John Newby, throws in 5, says, Paul was an enemy of Christians. Andrew was a Mason, a senior, was a freshman, a butterfly was a caterpillar. Who gives a shit? He's Orthodox now, exactly. Yeah, Paul was an enemy. Andrew was a Mason. Butterfly was a caterpillar. Who gives a shit? Exactly. It's also dumb. It's also dumb. What is the debate topic? The debate topic is Charlie Kirk. Candace Owens is going to prove to us today that Tyler Robinson did not kill Charlie Kirk. Andrew is arguing that, in fact, he did. Now, it's obviously going to touch on a wide variety of different things, but that is the debate prompt. Rachel already shared it with us in the chat. So Rachel let us know exactly what the contract said. Blue Skittle says DPH got to wear an eye patch. I almost did. Well, the reason why I didn't stream for the first, I planned on streaming Saturday, which I couldn't. And I thought, I'll do it Monday. And I thought maybe I'll do it Wednesday. The only people who saw me were the guys in the Logos Academy on Tuesday night at our meeting. And my eye, I literally could barely open it. So it looks a world better now than it did. So Steelborn says, me and Wally have a joke that Jay Dyer is hogging all our ortho bucks, and that's why I don't get super chats during my streams. Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. That's why you got to have Jay on your channel. That's what I'm doing today. I got to get the ortho bucks, so I got to bring Jay on the channel. Is this thing started yet? Still not started. How many people? 33,000 people waiting for this debate. Yeah, Jay stealing all the ortho bucks from us. AC's been funding the enemy. He says, haha, yeah, I've been giving too many super chats to our enemies, the Daily Wire and Apostate Prophet, to argue with them. Damn you, AC. Do not fund the enemy. Is Jay coming? Yeah, he's coming on later today. He'll be on at 5 o'clock, and we'll be going over new stuff. So if you got good questions, send in your questions today when Jay's on, because I'm going to be asking him his experience at DebateCon, his brief retirement, geopolitical stuff, conspiracies, Protestant, Catholic slop regarding Orthodoxy. So if you guys got some good topics, it's going to be just kind of a free-flowing convo with Jay today on anything that's happening around the world, just getting his perspective. It's really just to get his perspective on stuff. So it started. Refresh. Okay, refresh. Are you guys just messing with me? It has not started. Let me just make sure it was showing live. I am live. Okay, it hasn't started. 123,000 on Candace's channel. Holy crap. Let's just open up and take a look. Oh my gosh, you're not kidding. She has 130,000 people watching right now. Holy crap. Holy crap. Wow. Wow. Candace is on CP time. Steelborn throws in another 5, says, also, I would love to have you on for a stream one day to talk about the American Orthodox Saints. Yeah, I'd love to. Just email me, Steelborn. We can set it up. Oh, my gosh. One of my good friends, Baselit Analyzer. Can we all get W's in the chat for BLA? He says, shout out to DPH and Jenny Harry and chat. Buy DPH's book, people. Thank you so much, BLA. God bless you, brother. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. We need a stream soon, man. We need a stream soon. Victor Ziegler throws in 6, says, this is normal. They build anticipation. It'll start in 10 minutes. Yeah, probably. They're definitely building the anticipation. I wish they would start, though. It's already 20 minutes past. They got the whole internet. The whole internet is in fever waiting for the debate. Here we go. No, it was a false alarm. False alarm. I thought we had something there for a second. So do we got any Candace supporters in the chat? That's a huge debate. Maybe they're both wrong. We'll see. Either way, it's going to be beneficial just to see how Candace kind of squirms out of this. Most people are dumb and like dumb stuff. Yeah, that's fair enough. That is true. It's going to be catastrophic for the mommy crew watching their modern prophet be slowly dismantled. Yeah, it's true. I mean, they're going to have like a psychological break. If this goes the way that I expect, they're going to have like a psychological break. Keep us Hoosiers up north, 182,000 power outage. Oh my gosh. I had no idea that Northern Indiana had so many power outages right now. Well, God bless you, brother. Hope you're doing good. Avant-Garde throws in 5, says Candace definitely shows feminine power can be way stronger than masculine power with that many viewers. Not a Candace supporter, but wow. Well, yeah, fair enough. But Candace getting that many views, that's what makes a lot of people suspect that she's promoted. Because how does Candace already have almost 150,000 people waiting for the debate? That's just crazy engagement. That's crazy, crazy level of engagement. My sister, Slow Boy Whiteboard, the greatest Mason of them all, 41-month member of the Codal crew, Candace sells live one-on-one video meetings for $1,500 a minute. So Andrew could save money hiring her that way. Yeah, I saw him post that on X. That's crazy. That's crazy work. $1,500 for a minute. Where do I sign up? How do I get involved in a paycheck of $1,500 per minute? I need to link up with the PBD crew or something. That's crazy. Also, pray for my in-laws without power. Yeah, a lot of people in Indiana right now without power. So keep the Hoosiers in your guys' prayers right now. The Apocalypse throws in 5, says, we got to get you on Linux, brother. Windows or Mac can't be trusted. God bless you and yours. Yeah, I'm a Mac guy myself. I know they got problems for sure. Just love the operating system. I don't know if I can do Linux though. It looks like too much code for my blood. Steelborn throws in 10, says, my conspiracy is that Erica worked with the Vatican to off Kirk. What? Because he was bringing thousands to Protestantism instead of Roman Catholicism. Kirk told me during it. Okay, here we go, guys. The debate is live.
the audience watching this, when you see this final product, there's a lot of stuff that happens behind closed doors. There was still communication till midnight, even some of the stuff this morning. Like, it's like you're trying to sell a company. It's the last 24 hours that the deal doesn't work out, but kudos to the both of you guys that you made it work. The topic of discussion today, how this got prompted is, Andrew, you said there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson shot and killed Charlie Kirk. And Candace, your position was he's a patsy. Tyler Robinson is a patsy. So, of course, we'll talk about a lot of different things, but that's kind of how the whole thing got started. For the audience watching, I think this is truly for three different people. Number one is anybody out there that loves Charlie, respects Charlie, his legacy, what he did. We have a lot of love and admiration for what he did. He changed the lives of many people, young men, young women. You worked with him for many years. You guys were friends. You've said a lot of good things about Charlie, respectful towards him. You guys may have disagreed on some things, but you got a lot of respect for him. The second audience is the folks out there, you that's watching this. And so for you, you've been wanting something like this to take place. And kudos for Andrew for coming out and saying, hey, I want to have this conversation, and for Candace to accept it. So you have the ability to say, I agree, I disagree, comment, do all the stuff that you're doing online. And if you want to see more of these things, any of the three channels, subscribe to them, the Candace Show, the Crucible. I'm sure some of the people from Crucible are watching as well, and the PBD podcast. The more you subscribe to this, the more we're able to deliver these types of conversations to you. And last but not least, it's about the two of you. My goal is to speak as little as possible. 99% of the time, it'll be you guys speaking, and the audience will be able to see it. If I jump in, just so everybody knows, on the back end, both have agreed. In the back, there's three people representing Andrew and three people representing Candace to do fact checking. So at any point, if somebody makes a claim, the other can say, can we fact check this? I can jump in and say, fact check this. Even the folks in the back can say, fact check this. So it is a very fair conversation that we're having here. And so with that being said, kudos to Michael Knowles. Your name was mentioned a lot. You missed out right now. The last 10 minutes, we talked about you. There's a lot of love and respect here mutually from both parties, all three of them here. And then, of course, the great Joe Rogan that started this conversation. And he also volunteered, but it ended up being this format that we have here today. So with that being said, Andrew, your claim is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Opening statements, opening comments.
Sure. And what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing. I think that's what most people mean when they say overwhelming evidence. So I have a brief opening statement. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them? Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime, the demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk. Within a day or two of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk, and the conspiracy caught on like wildfire. This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence, that in his final days, on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, "Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause." This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war. Now, that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions, but to date, there hasn't been any. There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him. No, he didn't come to me a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to his security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site. Charlie responded with this, okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me. That was a message sent September 9th. Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said, that he was worried the left was going to try to kill him. Now, we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never before seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been. But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence, they seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man. But we came here today to debate, and so let's get to it. The debate topic today is 1, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, and 2, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is the killer, at least based on evidence so far, and Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he is a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as a trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. But Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case. And I just think that that's absurd. And she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim that there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson's overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing. I see almost no evidence at all, only speculation on verified claims and suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like. But if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making. Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were trying. She uses her considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people, and she's making a mockery of the online right-wing commentary class. She's harming Republicans in an election year by dividing them. She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building, and she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife. And it cost me $300,000, but today I hope that she finally answers for some of that.
Thank you, Andrew. Candace?
Did you get it out of your system?
I did.
Okay, great. Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble.
To get it out of your
I
system?
just want to get to the substance of the debate, and we'll just speak to the audience. I've obviously had an audience since we've been covering this case. People know that there was a personal friendship between me and Charlie, and diminishing the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th. By throwing it to, this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times over I mean, just the last couple of years, if you just think of the things that we've learned about our government. And I do want to say this, what's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I don't need to waste time with the preamble going through the points or trying to insult you or pretending that I've been running a podcast saying it's just dreams and vibes, like I'm Miss Cleo. And that's the reason why it's taking so many influencers. It looks like $1 billion industry of influencers to dispute everything Candace says. It's not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I don't think I think that diminishes you as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence. You just presented a text message and said, this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began. You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27-front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be strangely to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk, but nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. And then we had a round of influencers who lied and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well. And so, yeah, when all of these things happen in the immediate aftermath, and then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that, Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this? If they were forthcoming with that and they had said, hey, yeah, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel. We wouldn't be here today. But it has been lie after lie after lie, debunk after debunk after debunk. Yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers. They're not accepting the Fed slop. So I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Colbert. He's a spokesperson. And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
Just out of curiosity, are you between 0 to 100? What is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
0%.
0%.
I'm at 0.
So
with what we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%.
So not only, that maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy influencing him. You're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk.
Right. I would, if you said, was he involved that day, as
Right.
I have consistently said on my platform, I would say, yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on Losi that day, based on the evidence that has been.
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06 from
Losi.
Losi.
But just shot at all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie, and I'm open to other people's presentations, but I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Can we see maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you're not sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck, and even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Valhalla steel cages and shot it, and it went through. So under no circumstance will I.
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not. A
Okay,
30-06 from low sea, 150 feet. No.
But you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all.
With maybe a smaller
Caliber. Okay. And then there's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that. And we can get to those things as well. The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in
Yes.
the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant,
Mhm.
and I have seen the receipt. I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that it will be presented. Obviously, if this goes to trial, but yes, I do believe that he was in Panguitch, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get into like all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is.
Well, I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute. And that's why I'm.
Yeah, but
because if
we're
not
trying to get
establishing
to
the
whether there's
timeline.
overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
So
if you
whether
wanna
then
use the
starting
first-
with
if you want to use the first part of that for the internal critique.
Yeah,
for you,
we should
that's
go
fine.
over the actual
Okay,
evidence that
so
we feel.
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from 150 grain Remington core lock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know, but definitely upon impact. And we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary. My team can bring that up, the summarization, which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
Okay. So just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him, near Losey Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun, did you watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary hearing?
Yeah, we covered it live. Yeah.
Okay. So forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner, any of those people who went into the science of?
Yes, I recall. You're talking about
the bullet analysis.
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay. So that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene, right? That doesn't remove, if you think somebody set up as a patsy, you could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene. That's not convincing evidence to me.
I concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So I think have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And for how many years?
Many, many years.
For many years.
Mm-hmm.
You also said that you were an Army sniper.
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that.
Sorry, your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it change 15 years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So
Army sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach this? She then corrected it and said you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And I was an NRA instructor for many, many, many years alongside my gun shop.
As with your expertise, when she gave testimony on the stand, Samantha Carner, that there was dust and there was debris that was found in the gun barrel.
Yep.
And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a point at a time.
I'm not done. You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point at a time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to,
Well,
I want you to respond to
with
2
the
points.
debris.
I want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5 plus actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5 plus prints. And among those 5 plus prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded. So I would like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never touched. And to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5 plus other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah. So let's get into all 3 of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing a rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay. You think there could be debris and dust.
Yeah.
He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
Not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that he fired the shot. It just didn't blow all the debris out. And it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's, dirty rifle and it's all dusty inside the bore and you go fire it, you'll often look down the bore and there's still dust.
Okay.
Happens all the time.
Okay. And the prints?
Yeah. So the prints, we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twig's DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, no, hold on. First, let's go to your first point, because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis in the trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded. So I'm asking you to address that. How could that be possible?
Let's give it, let's just grant this for a second as a possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
It's not a possibility. It's a fact. The person who took it.
I'm just granting it for the sake of argument.
You should grant it because it's a fact that she presented.
So now it's granted. So what?
What do you mean? So what?
Yeah. So what? What does that prove?
It proves that if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them, you're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Yeah. So wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded.
I'm telling you to explain it. You're the gunsmith.
Well,
so
wait a second. How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I work in a DNA laboratory?
So
with
your answer is I don't know. You can just say you don't know. You don't have to.
But I did.
No, you said so what?
Yeah,
so say I don't know. I actually don't have an explanation for that,
prove,
Candace.
Though, is my question.
Well, I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun? They
named Matt Robinson explicitly.
Okay.
And this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson, and Lance Twigg. So those were the 3 names they named.
So are you saying that Twig's
Would you like me to finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay.
So
go ahead.
This was a portion of her testimony where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3, their prints were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there is evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't prove anything about him being a patsy.
It said it's evidence to support the claim that he could have been set up as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case, this doesn't have an explanation for it yet. That doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay,
hang on. I didn't cut you off, right? You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into Robinson being a patsy.
Mm-hmm.
Are you claiming that these fingerprints were Lance Twiggs or that he had any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson. It could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out during the trial.
How would that tie into the idea that he's a patsy?
Yes,
though?
Because if his is the most degraded prints and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them. You know, like I said, we're not just dreaming. And if we're having those conversations and they told me that that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay, so it was his grandfather's gun or great-grandfather's gun. Okay. I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter, is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be.
How do we get to the patsy part?
You don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence. So how could we get to the patsy part if I can't get to the end of the sentence?
Patiently till we get to
so that could be a reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon and he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things, they live together. That doesn't really mean anything. But that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints. And that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into various places. But it also could
demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
this is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that.
True.
Well, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say must be patsy.
Describe how this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back to your point about this is not evidence, you can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary hearing?
I didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and convincing.
What I'm here to do is represent my own opinion.
You said in your opening statement,
based on the evidence presented so far by the state.
The state has presented evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy
behavior. That's very important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time, Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative hearing.
I don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that, no.
This is a huge point. This is crazy that you don't know
this. We can call for a fact check if all the evidence
we need more than a fact check. This was every single day. Utah Rule 1102.
They want to go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up. And then, Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well, but they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up so we can show it. And in the interim, is that it?
Yeah. So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah, so this says, the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common cartoid on the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercausal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination is that he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay. And I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that. So I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
No, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to Shooter. Tyler Robinson did it the same way that you got to Tyler Robinson.
That.
Yes, you did. You again, this is something important. So we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah and under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the trial.
They don't have to.
But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley was
not
saying,
all of it, like I said.
The overwhelming majority.
Again, no dispute.
Outside of the one that you don't want to give. Please don't cut me off. Outside of that is what's in dispute. It means that your entire brand of saying you don't have evidence, falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before they had about an hour debate, actually, maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said, this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution, 1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then they would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance just can't willy-nilly say.
I'm not disputing.
But the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence. That's what you're saying to me. When you say, Candace,
I'll
can't
give
talk
you the
about the degraded
argument
prince, which is a fact.
Yeah, I'm not
and
saying
then
that.
infer off of that
Didn't say that
Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just literally making stuff up. So here's what the position is. I'm asking this.
I'm saying that thank you. Let's pull that up. Let's pull that up. I am doing exactly what the state did. I am looking at a piece of evidence and I am saying.
But you're not showing me how you get there.
Can you describe to the audience what Rule 1102
so this, just so everybody who's watching us at home understands what I'm saying, even if he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from a fact like
making it up. Just purely making it up. I'm asking based on
Andrew. Can I show my evidence? You just showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. The entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means essentially is the people who are making the statements can just say, Patrick told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here. And that is, they can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in point, that's a demonstration that's a demonstration of what I just did. I said the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't, that's the point in contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the point in contention.
It's not a point in contention. If you're saying it's a point,
it is the point in contention.
It's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that was what the entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence that he is describing,
we're asking you
that he is using to argue his case is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
Inference, not fact. So what they are inferring off of the facts.
So again, we're going to take this and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car. Okay. they are inferring that that's Tyler
Can
Robinson.
you walk me through the inference?
Right. He's asking
inference-
for the
Understand.
logical
It's not a
change. He's not
fact.
providing.
It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept citing that we
No,
have
I'm
images.
talking about your inference that the fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals Patsy. How do you
I
get
didn't
that
say-
inference?
I didn't say it equals Patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary was in the
but
inverse.
That's not what in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a Patsy. I'm asking,
Right.
how do you get the inference to Patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts.
Mhm.
Okay. It is plausible that somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there equally,
That's how it works.
and is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So
So-
yes, at the beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So
Just so we're clear,
if
this
there's
is the
100 other
state's evidence
plausible
and they're
explanations, then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a Patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a Patsy. I am saying that there is
Oh, I
Just-
thought that was the whole defense, your whole claim
no.
today.
My whole claim was that there is more evidence that he is set up as a Patsy.
How does that equal evidence of Patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are
Mhm.
accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom.
Yeah.
Right. To say, I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it. And they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I
The
didn't.
standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can
You
we
can
get a
fact-
fact
yeah,
check on
fact
that?
check
Can
it.
we pull up his
I
tweet
didn't-
where he goes over
I
the
didn't say
four?
that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said
Right.
this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was.
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find.
You
to
just
be
said you didn't
compelling
say it, so we're going to
evidence.
get a fact check on that. You
Sure.
did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when
Mhm.
Officer Bagley testified, they talk
Yeah.
about when I'm talking about making inference. This is the most I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard. And pardon me, it was actually David Hull. They asked him a question. How did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Why is that absurd?
That's how you decided these two are the same people. Oh, wow. What a scientific. They're both wearing Converses. Okay.
Well, that's probable
an absurd
evidence.
thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses. That was what he said. That's what
It
flew
could
on the
be,
stand.
But I still don't understand how
That
that would
could
be
be.
absurd. If
It's
somebody,
an absurd thing.
for instance, if somebody were to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person? If
The
they were
idea
changing their
that on a
clothes?
college campus, 2 people wearing this totally different outfits, but both wearing Converses can't happen is such an absurdity that I don't even need to argue that. I'm just going to let people deal. Why is it
Okay.
absurd? Just concede that point. Obviously, it's an absurd
I
thing to
don't.
say.
I'm not
I know
sure.
these are the
I'm
same
not sure
people
in
because they're both
context.
wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened. But
It
even
is.
if it
You
is,
can get a fact check on
but
it.
even if it is, again,
And it was
if
Hull.
we're utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference, we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
But you just told me I couldn't.
So
do
when
that.
No, he asked for the
You're just making
sequence.
stuff up.
He
So
asked for the
anyway, when we're
sequence.
talking about logical inferences, what I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
we can keep going through your other evidence. We should find his
Yes.
tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So let's start with the 30-06. I think that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
the tweets of the 5. Did you delete it or no?
No,
Did
I
you
don't
delete
delete
tweets?
tweets.
Okay, cool. I just look for. He said
Unless I
it was his
misspell.
car. It was his. It was the car, and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was
Okay,
going
she
on.
has it. Perfect.
She has
If you got, Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can
Fantastic.
see it.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's
Mhm.
a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson.
Mhm.
The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah,
well,
but just
you
5
said
seconds ago, you should concede.
You said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming, actually.
That's not what I said.
It is. You could even
Patrick,
pull your
did
own
I
clip.
say that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing is funny here is like we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
Why are you pivoting?
So
but just say you were wrong. It's cool to just say I was wrong.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect here. It was really funny. That's not an exhaustive list of why I find it.
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of it, well, no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing and then said based on that it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you
yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to the evidence
if you're
itself.
okay.
Yes,
actually, I'm glad you're asserting that you're okay. I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just saying that I just said you tweeted this. You said no, I didn't. We got a fact check, and now you're like just gonna gaslight me and pretend that I said
there's no gaslighting.
It wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said you did say this.
Zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more, but I would like to address what you said in that tweet.
Time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you asserted on your Twitter was like the hard evidence that convinced you was overwhelming. That's literally your debate
not what
claim.
You said. That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange. I was here for it.
So what's your position here?
Yeah, so my position is that based on all of the evidence, which has been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my knowledge, that I am actually not seeing anything that's compelling as an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise than what the state is presenting as evidence. That's my position. If that's what you're asking me.
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair for me to ask questions about that?
Is that the only tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair,
but not
right? I feel like that's fair,
but not exhaustive. Just so you know.
And I never said it was exhaustive, even though you said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so going back to that, all of that, as you say to me, well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why. You're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay, so I would like to know how you got to the conclusion, and I'm just going to throw it right back at you because for some reason you permit yourself to do it, and that's what I'm demonstrating is that you permit yourself to do it, and then you say when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No.
How are you able to infer off of blurry staircase images that is Tyler Robinson?
Yeah. So in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because I mean, we'll just use this. If you don't agree that that's Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because you make everybody, you call them conspiracy theorists. That's literally what I'm trying to explain to you.
Okay. So if you're asking for my inference, why I think it's Tyler Robinson is because Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own messages. On top of that, twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say.
Yeah, I would. I'm sorry. I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
I'm paraphrasing, but it was
pull that up.
Yeah, I think that's
by the
not
way,
right.
Twigs himself said that he had some maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance, sorry.
Hang on. So there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson, not just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes of evidences.
Okay, so let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the staircase. I mean, or texting. Texting that's me in the staircase. I think that I didn't
say that. I said literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, you'll be able to see me in footage at UVU. And I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Yeah. Could we get a fact check on that? The second thing you said was Lance's testimony and actually what Lance says is I'm not 100%.
I agree.
But in terms of what he wears, again, me pointing out the absurdity, he wears Converses. He wears sneakers. If his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing, that they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial. And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity.
I understand.
Which means like
that happens, by the way, all the time in these cases.
I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance in this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective, that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more is going to come out because they interviewed him on September 11th. And then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back to do this interview, which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do. It's all hearsay. But to allow it in that way for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything and he's not going to get in trouble because the use immunity was given to him in April, I believe. April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did. Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah, that's
Skyler,
not,
I think
he said much more than that.
So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages, that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about. Skyler, I think you have it. You just texted me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember this. And I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I don't remember that.
Well, I'm just saying to you, like, I'm trying to be concise for you.
And then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other one?
Yep. The 801, Tyler messages saying it's not hearsay. If you have that as well. There you go.
Wait, what are we saying is not hearsay?
Statements that are not hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on. Okay. Is consistent with the declarant's testimony and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the issue with his
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him. So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
no,
so
you didn't say that. You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
Yeah,
the overwhelming majority.
Well, I mean, I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402, some of those parts were quite scientific.
Sounds like you're backtracking quite a bit.
No, I'm not backtracking at all. What do you feel like let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking? It literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that. Okay. What the dispute was whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay.
Yes,
is that the case?
It was. Yes, that's a fact. I'm not backtracking on that
and
at
what
all.
Are the things?
How many times did you, if you watch the preliminary hearing, it's like they constantly, I'm 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102. And the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this stage, but I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard and I agree with what I'm watching. You are watching the state put on a hearsay preliminary hearing, and all of those things are not going to be allowed, right? Even when they got into witness statements and things of that nature. There's a reason why they swear you in and they say, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth. Did you, write this statement? So it's the overwhelming majority of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing other people's statements. They were saying they had conversations. We don't know where it came from, all allowed at this stage. Okay. But it's hearsay. So
but even a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay under what we just read, right?
But the evidence that you're speaking about, like
Mhm.
when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson, okay? His boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you.
Mhm.
That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just means
You can't
convincing.
consider another option that there
Well,
could have been
hang
another
on. Do you
white
agree
guy
with me
wearing
that
Converses on campus?
Yeah, do you agree with me that I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I find it to be completely unconvincing.
And that's fair.
Because
I understand that
I
you
looked
can
at those
find-
blurry photos
Yeah.
that they presented and said,
Mhm.
your statement on right now is that
Yeah.
he's wearing Converses and he also that's just
But
crazy
these aren't
to me.
the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said that in your Twitter.
That's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
Right, but the question that was asked of you was pretty
Mhm.
direct,
yeah.
right? What
And
did you
and
find
this
to
is
be?
not an exhaustive list of all the things
Well,
that I
that's
find
not what you said in the
convincing.
tweet. You can tweet longer too. It's not like we're limited now to 2.
He's also not
wait,
relegated to one
anything that I
tweet.
tweet and all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well, they
even
wanted-
though all of this information I've said so publicly over and over and over again is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus
Thank
Andrew.
you, Journey
Somebody
of
asked you a
Abundance. God
question,
bless
what are
you and the
points that
family,
you find
brother.
to be the most overwhelming, and you answered.
You mean
and-
from that day, from that particular day of the hearing that I was responding to?
Okay, this is something you find to be more overwhelming? Let me answer that question.
Yes,
okay,
that's what
do
I
you?
was saying,
Okay, go ahead.
yes.
Go on. What do you find to be
So,
more overwhelming?
Yeah.
Can we do this? Do we want to get into it, or do we want to do a quick ad break? Are you guys good to keep going, or
I'm fine to keep going, but we can
would
also.
you like to take a quick break?
Doesn't
or
matter to me either
if
way.
we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to stop you
Yeah,
guys in the middle
let's
of it.
end
So
it
what
on
would you
what
like
you
to
find
do?
to be more overwhelming.
Yeah. So if we're for me, it's the confessions, the text messages, all of that is what I consider to be, from my opinion, that's the most convincing for me.
Okay, we should discuss the text message confessions when we get back, if you'd like to.
Okay.
That's a good idea. Folks, we're going to take a quick ad break. We will be back in 3.5 minutes. Thank you.
All right, you guys, for nearly 2,000
Okay.
years, Christians have lived continuously in a
So,
small
what do you
village
guys
outside
think
of
about it
Jerusalem.
so far? It's been a pretty fruitful back and forth. I think actually Candace is holding her own a little bit more than I was expecting. Yeah, I wasn't aware that there was built-in ad breaks. I guess, the PBD guys definitely know how to monetize. So share me your thoughts in the chat, and I'll catch up with some of the super chats real quick. Blink 444 said she doesn't even have an opening statement. That's true. It was more of her just reiterating her perspective, but Avant-Garde throws in 5. Come on, don't stop. Let's go to the goal. So DPH awkwardly sits here after 100% goal met. Thank you guys so much for reaching the goal earlier. God bless you all. Thank you very much. Blink 444 says works for me. And then major thank you to Anthony, both for yesterday and today, been a generous supporter. Blink 4444, as well as a generous supporter, says Candace is not prepared for this, but her Wine Mom audience will still buy what she sells. Yeah. Ortho T-Bell, good seeing you. Avant-Garde said, you forgot to mention in your next goal what you want questions about. So does Orthodox mysticism produce way better mental sensations than psychedelics? Does it make you feel good? It does not make you feel good. People have mystical experiences where they see things, kind of get in potentially ecstatic states, but that's not the point of orthodoxy. And Orthodox mysticism is something that's much more, I would say, gradual in your development and your piety in your life. So no, Orthodox mysticism does not produce the same visuals as psychedelics, but Orthodox mysticism doesn't lead you away from God like psychedelics do. So thank you so much, Avant-Garde. Welcome, Nick Flip, to the Codal crew. Our brother, Wicked Wally, throws in 5, says she's using degradation to dance around claiming Tyler wasn't the most recent person to handle the weapon because she can't show a custody chain. Well, part of that back and forth when he was talking about inference and she kept saying, well, you're doing the same thing. That is true. But what Andrew was asking her is, what is your logical chain of causation from the beginning inference? because she kept focusing on one piece of evidence and then claiming the connection to the patsy. Now, whether that's true or not, Andrew was just trying to get her to state what is the chain of connection from that inference, that piece of evidence, to your claim that he is a patsy. And I don't think she understood what he was asking. So maybe they're going to come back to that. We'll see. Wretched Man of God throws in 5, says, all I know is that it wasn't our greatest ally, Israel. Of course not. Of course not. AI YouTube transcription of this live stream. We love Israel here. We support Netanyahu and his war crimes against the Palestinians because they are the chosen people. So YouTube, when you transcript this stream, know that we support Israel. Don't limit and shadow ban this channel. And major shout out to my buddy, Journey of Abundance. God bless you, bro. Thank you so much for the support, gifting 5 Codal Crew memberships. God bless you, man. And Disgruntled Docs throws in 2, says, I wear Inference One's shoes. Yeah. Instead of Air Force One's. Funny. Over on Dono Chat, my friend and Logos Academy member Matt Scroggins throws in 10. Shout out to my friend Matt. He says, I heard a conspiracy theory yesterday that the clot shots made people dumber and more docile. Thoughts? Might explain this insanity. I did see that too. I didn't read the whole article, so I'm not totally familiar with what evidence they proposed in the article, but just think about it. Anybody who did get the clot shots or their Fauci ouchie was already more docile and willing to submit to the system itself. So maybe we can chat about that in one of the Logos Academy meetings. So if you are looking for a great group of guys and you'd be interested, go join us over at the Logos Academy. We've got a men's only community focusing on our own physical, spiritual, and mental development. All types of exclusive content, meetings every Tuesday. Join us over there. Matt, maybe we can dive into that, one of our meetings. Snagglebeast throws in 5 on Streamlabs and says, as a former veteran who used to hold a clearance higher than top secret, I have physically been inside a skiff. The second I heard talk about overhearing a conversation from one, I knew he was a clown. That's literal. Its only job to stop surveillance. So Snagglebeast, are you talking about Andrew there? Who are you talking about as the total? Did Andrew claim that he overheard something from a skiff? I'm not familiar. Can Snagglebeast in the chat, can you help clarify? I'm not totally familiar with what you're referring to. So what are your guys' thoughts so far on the debate? We got a running poll right now in the live chat. It looks like 62% is leaning towards Andrew. Lord have mercy. PBD is really the king of Zog. What the F is those? He is the king of Zog. That is sure. Okay. Waking up at 2 p.m. says, the problem is that Andrew might be correct logically, but the average Westerner is too stupid to follow that. It's all about rhetoric, and Candace seems to be winning in rhetoric. I will say Candace is holding her own. I think it's good, though, that Andrew is staying much more calm than others, or what others were suspecting he would. They thought this was going to be blood sports. I told you guys, Andrew was going to come in calm, cool, collected. Roll back to the beginning of this stream before the debate. I said, watch, Andrew's going to come in calm, cool, collected. He's going to try to stay cooler than Candace and get her all riled up. And that's exactly what we're seeing. Appalachian Yank says, Candace is either too stupid to understand logic, I don't know about that, or pretends not to because that's her game. I really think she doesn't understand what he's asking. Let's face it, she's not a debater. She doesn't understand a proposition and then showing a logical connection or a logical chain of why you inferenced or inferred something. She's a slippery, that's for sure. Okay. The dude says, I'm biased towards Andrew, but honestly, he's losing this debate. His strategy is terrible. Interesting. How many other people think that Andrew's losing the debate? I wouldn't say he's losing it. I mean, she's speaking a lot more than he is. Butterfly in Christ. The whole point is that is possible. That's what she is literally saying. Yeah, okay, but that's not there's a lot of things that are possible, right? So just saying something is possible is not an argument. the form of the debate, you have to present an argument and substantiate it. And that's what Andrew's trying to hold her to. Lamb the calculator says Andrew's losing isn't a strategy issue. It's a trusting the government issue. Andrew can debate OnlyFans girl, but he is losing. I don't see how he's losing bad. I mean, yeah, she's taking up the majority of the time talking. So this is a response to the dude. He's not winning, but he has actually made me understand how insane Candace's reasoning is and her followers. She's very inconsistent in this debate. Well, that's the whole point he's trying to do, is to get her to make a logical argument of why she believes XYZ. Didn't one of Candace's schizo sources say he overheard generals in a... Oh, that's who it was. Okay. That's who it was. Oh, it was on Candace's side. So Snagglebeast was saying that the guy on Candace's team who overheard a conversation as a skiff is an absolute liar. Yeah. Oh, it's someone that Candace interviewed. Okay. See, I have not been following all of Candace's stuff. And then we'll do this before we get back. Ortho T-Bell throws in 20, says her mindless prattle irritates me to no end. She flings around multiple theories in one sentence and pretends to win. This is typical woman thing. The reason I don't have many friends, I'm a 50-year-old female. I don't tolerate BS. Well, God bless you, Ortho T-Bell, and thank you for the support.
50,000 concurrent right now. We'd like to see that 300, 400,000 number on there. Click that button as well to subscribe and share it with your friends and family. And if you're watching it on PBD Podcast, do the same there as well. This allows us to have more conversations like this. The mainstream media hates the fact that we're having these conversations right now. Just so you know, they want to control it. This is free for all. This is what's best for the audience. That's why we like freedom of speech. Having said that, let's go back into the text conversation you were having, right?
Okay.
Let's stay there, and then we'll go into the cross-examination stuff in about 30 minutes.
Okay. That sounds fair. Okay. So yeah, I used basically three pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay. So if you want to know exactly what those three pillars are, this is going to be the testimony with the text messages and the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence, and this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay. Mm-hmm. So right now we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them, as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. Mm. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state, okay? So they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
The relevant portion of what the defense did do was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing, they asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted, because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that these messages feel off. And yes, you are allowed to have an intuition. You are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is very weird. We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I think the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like he wanted to get away with it. So he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did, down to what I didn't even remember, saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. it felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message, but then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under and burn this and get rid of the evidence, but don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascist, but then suddenly he's writing like a 1700
also, as a Helldivers
novelist.
player, he did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that if we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
but my point being is just that, first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes catch.
Yeah, but do you see how that's intuition?
That is, I just said that. I said just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You should actually do that. If you say the COVID vaccine is running out, feels like it's coming out too fast and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it, I'd like to take a pause. That's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But hang on. Let me respond a little bit here because you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science. Now they try to suppress it. That's true. But there was tons of competing science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine and masks and things like this.
Kept telling us was 100%.
Now, when you're talking about intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition is the first step. Something feels off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way. Another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Can you switch it up? I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some
kind
parts
like
compelling. I think this should go.
Like
I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should, see at the trial. That would be kind of.
Don't you think Fed slop's a buzzword for the counter industry?
But everyone on the same day of watching this trial, which was, I would say, not overwhelming at all. Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect. But I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being overwhelmed.
Well, they're trusting their intuition.
Okay. Well, actually, in that scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition. But like I said, parking aside, just getting to the substance, parking aside, just a general intuition that sometimes might be second messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even been given access to my client's phone. She can't tell you, as a part of their discovery request, it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace. And I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what her client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in to his Apple? George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial and when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here. Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud sending messages. I know that we have a capability because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public when, for whatever reason, the FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from? Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know if that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his, rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer, like just weird messages. I want to make sure that, yes, it was actually him. He was holding his phone and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was home. Lance was his boyfriend. That is a crucial fact here. That discovery was not met by the time we got to preliminary hearing. So I remain unconvinced by these text messages. Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay. So then the idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid, and they don't sound valid to me.
Mhm.
I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling like a, I don't know, pot on the corner, would be smarter than to write a full-fledged confession. He even writes, I thought I would get away with it, and I was hoping never to tell you until old age. And then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide. And okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart enough to, I don't know, maybe not text it's such a confession like we've never seen. I think this would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire, I'm in this surveillance footage and I'm here and I'm wearing my Converse. I'm being a little facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids and you love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me. None of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things I can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs, the FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said, your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk. And, we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happened next is that they started thinking that the feds were maybe gonna, maybe not as honest as they thought. And
how do you know any of that?
You gotta watch the show, right?
Yeah, no. How do you know that?
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source, an anonymous source, of course. So there's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is actually even true.
Do you find it to be reliable hearsay?
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's just a source.
I'm just doing what the prosecution
What you're doing
did.
is a cool story.
It's not cool. Well, you must have hated watching the preliminary hearing.
You're giving us a cool story.
Wait,
you're saying that according to your sources, that the reason that the parents haven't recanted any of this.
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case, it was being reported in mainstream media that your father came to you and said, hey, is this you? What's going on here? And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, no, that's not what happened.
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay. Maybe I'm paraphrasing. What am I wrong on?
What is just so I'm clear, where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no. I didn't say that.
You said it the mainstream media?
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes.
But the father did confront him.
The father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler confronted
that's part
him?
Of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
But I'm saying, when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through in fact check pre-debate.
Are you talking about the charging documents?
I think it could have been in the charging documents, but we can pull them up.
No.
And yes, are you disputing this?
Do we have that on the back to pull it up?
I can already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because this is where we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating on the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in until we got to the preliminary hearing. And we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews, but also the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging document, after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City. I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning that they got up there. He then writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point, though.
it
Why wouldn't
truly
the
negates
parents?
the point because you don't have a statement from the parents.
Yeah,
you are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct the
It's not
the
correcting. That
misinformation?
doesn't negate the point. The point is that we now got the preliminary hearing. If the parents were the ones who said, "I'm turning my son in because he's guilty,"
I didn't say they turned him in.
I think you're talking about the over. You said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him. And we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference. And he said, they know it's you and you're going to come in peaceably or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover cop, which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was because he lived nearby and he was also his Boy Scout
How
leader.
does this negate that the parents could write this second? And by the way, if you had the evidence,
address that point. I'm just saying that your first point, which is that the parents did this.
Yeah,
we don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that they did ever. Never
you're quoting the parents as having said. You said that Matt Robinson said that his kid was. You say involved. I don't want to misquote you.
Confronted him about.
Confronted him.
Yes.
And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence.
And I'm saying it's the charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have ready in the back. One is the charging doc, and the other one is a video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can run Kathy to go back and then just to go backwards to Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the if you're okay with that
thing not in dispute. These are all things that are not even disputed.
Okay, so we don't have to show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages, something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that it's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that. And she didn't even get to see your client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually get
Don't you think
messages.
that would make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated, but by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated. That's the point.
So let's get to the
they just could be somebody else.
The parents fact check.
So I was saying, right? I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis. Let's see if that's correct. What are we looking at
Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a little bit?
Is this the charging doc?
I can't see it. Robinson's father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes. So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct? Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed, Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they decided to bring.
But why aren't the parents disputing that?
No. Well, first off,
that's the question. I've been asking.
The parents are not going to ever play in court. Play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison
forever. But they're playing to somebody else who's your source.
I'm not going to address that.
They're playing to someone else who's your source, but won't go publicly tell the media this is not true.
Well, what I did not say to you that I just said I have a source, so I want to be very clear and take it from somebody who is involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things that I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am telling you that you would nary find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media.
This mother,
especially when your son is
was up for death.
If I thought that my kid
was in any way, shape, or form going to be up, you couldn't shut me up.
What?
Or my wife, she would be like, that's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no possible, that never happened. These people are lying through their teeth. They'd be public whether you like it or not.
Yeah, that's for you and your wife. But when a judge issues a gag order in a case and your son is up for death, and your lawyers could be advising you that if you say anything, you could blow the case, you would have a more responsible consideration.
I see.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it, and I'd violate the judge's orders and see what would happen.
If you have a source, it seems like they're violating it with them.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell. And Mike Mitchell would be a part. He's
based
saying,
on the statements of
it's him saying, the parents told me this. The parents could dispute that. That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be able to seat the parents. I will say this, putting together context clues. If the state had it on, 100% certainty that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it, a 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence. And I can tell you why Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That would also be a good time for the defense to say that's just totally fabricated.
No, it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not receive discovery. You're saying that they didn't
receive that information?
No. They just received the text messages. But in order to...
That's not the text messages.
The probative information.
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
They never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented this. Yeah.
No.
They could have said they're
no.
They're not allowed to. Are you sure?
In a preliminary hearing,
yeah,
the defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on. They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there.
So they're not allowed to present anything?
They're responding to the state's evidence.
I'm asking, are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say...
Like if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
No, it wouldn't be the right time for that.
I disagree. I think that they not only could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I talked in depth with my attorney, they said that's exactly, if you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds, that's exactly when you would introduce that.
So when in the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days ago, the appropriate, like what you're doing at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying, we have enough evidence that we think this needs to go forth to the trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough that we feel like we can move forward. Right. And okay, I disagree with that in general when somebody's rotting in prison, but whatever. The next phase is for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says, we find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough, you know what the laws are on the books, and this filing is defective and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on a law on the books. So then that's why they then file the dismissal. Right. So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as though as it's a hypothetical. If this is hypothetically true, then
so they're saying all of these charges.
I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's what you're asking. Why you're saying could they just?
What I'm asking specifically is like, who could shut parents up who are like, no way, there's no possible. This never happened. This is ridiculous. They would be shouting it on CNN. They would be shouting it from the rooftops. They would be losing their minds. And you're like, nope, the gag order would be enough to keep them quiet. Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them quiet. I think that's quite ridiculous. But I'll even concede this whole point to you. Let's just say maybe this was misconstrued, right? There's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait a second.
We're here.
Wait a second. I just want to make sure that I got this right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
Your argument to me is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me, right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you, is that you are saying, why are people engaging in what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be thinking. They're just thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong evidence, right? this is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it. I'm addressing what you view to be overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear.
That which convinces me.
But thus far, every point that you've brought up, every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
remember what I said in my opening.
Going to be
it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just what I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so upset when people say they don't find it convincing?
If that was the limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to. Nobody would have a problem, actually. Least of all me. I would be the least likely person to have an issue with you, any of your fans, anybody saying. In fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this. My position's always been clear. Of course, conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others, but I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them everywhere. We both know this, right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that, where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards you should believe because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense or it's wackadoo stuff or it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you've presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that's based on literally nothing, that leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, you know, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too. That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are external to that.
Okay. I'm not sure I really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time. I don't understand this like lecture that you just gave. But beyond that, what I'm saying is that the state is allowed to use. This is what my problem is. You guys are not allowed. Yeah, you guys think while it's illegal, you can. You are allowed to do that. So, but anyway, going back to you saying I wouldn't have a problem. I think I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you have a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
so if people look and they say, I'm looking at the gun and I see, and I'm inferring this, and someone else says, I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying, I want to do it for the state.
That's propositionally false.
That is not propositionally false.
I'll explain exactly how. It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right? It's the law of excluded middle. All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we get into when we're making inferences based on propositions. We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition. In fact, what we're talking about here is not whether or not you feel that you're convinced by this evidence.
But you felt like you were convinced.
Right? Sure. But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by this? I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it, why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced. You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. We could move into your actual claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that, your team has one thing they want to show before you go into that. So if you want to pull that up, this is the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery by April 1st.
Oof.
They did not. That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably available to them as required under Rule 16, Utah R Criminal, to be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah, that was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was an entire, and we can pull this up, like we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there. So, and they were basically saying you don't need it at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable that you're asking for this when we're going into a hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial comes, you're going to get all the
Where it's
discovery
just show
documents.
cause.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying.
Yeah,
there.
I understand.
Okay. So that's
I'm even fine with it. I'm
we all know. And then, by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, they now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like the week after. You guys can give me the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know my I don't remember how much it was. It was an absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is as we were watching that preliminary of the preliminary, why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like you, it's like, I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just give them what they're asking for so that they can actually engage you? And it didn't happen. So, but the judge ruled that it wasn't necessary at this stage. And that was the whole point of that
because it's
preliminary
a show
to the preliminary. Yeah.
Would you like to play the Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need
There's
to.
no point here.
There's no
Okay.
disagreement
Yeah, right.
that she said that.
Yeah.
So so I guess the disagreements now
also-
would move into the
I
evidences that you have stated on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we
in regards
having
to this
a
case.
transcendental conversation now? Because I mean,
Because they're all related to this
your
case.
entire thing was about looking at the evidence, which never made sense to me, again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I wanted to question you on
No,
these
but
things.
I'm just asking you just to lay the groundwork of what you're saying is
Because you've
problematic,
made
that
many,
you decide
many
that it trips
claims.
into
I'll
something
explain.
else. And I do still want to hold you for going through, because we've discussed the gun, we've discussed your...
and you can hold me to those things, but I
yeah.
would like to get into the
and
things
we
that
should
you
discuss
said.
the screwdriver as
So,
well.
and I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is.
Mhm.
When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying, I have a claim. It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about, not just the case of Charlie Kirk, his assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination itself. You should. Yeah, agreed. So if that's the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence and dive into it.
Well, just to be clear,
Yeah.
and I'm happy to have you talk about, like I said, publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our debate is
the major
is me
substance.
demonstrating that all of the quote unquote evidence that you feel that you have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
You don't find convincing. I get it.
It's been invalidated by the testimony that we saw, and in your answer for when I
you haven't
explained to you that he had
invalidated
the
it.
most degraded prints was, I don't know. Okay, well there lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you
Okay.
to not be convinced up to this point. All of your viewers,
Mhm.
everybody watching,
So
nobody's
you're conceding.
Nobody's
on
giving a
that.
dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that the state's given, I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that you've made tons of claims in regards to this case and in regards to the Kirk assassination, which are far above and beyond, I just doubt, the state's theory.
Okay, yeah, I mean, sure.
And those are
I
the
do
things
doubt. I
that
do doubt the state's theory. I also am
I get
welcome
it.
to say what I think. If you want to move into opinions, if you want to talk about Erica Kirk, if you want to talk about
Yeah.
Turning Point USA,
I'd like to talk about all
and
of
get
it.
into it, I'm
Yeah.
totally happy to do that. But I just want to say that, like, I do not feel, because I've said what's important to me is that we exhaust this topic
Mhm.
first of our actual debate claims. I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
I'm sorry.
Candace, question for you.
That Tyler
But I am
Robinson.
sorry you feel that way.
Candace, one question. What evidence do you need to see for you to say Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
That's a great question. So I actually expected in this preliminary hearing, actually, the inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time the state is putting on their evidence. That's the purpose of this hearing, right? The
Mhm.
state is using hearsay, but they're also putting on their evidence. So I was just expecting some sort of a slam dunk. Like, we got him on camera taking the shot. At least we have him clear on camera. You're telling me this guy drove 13 hours all around. Like, we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a reasonable doubt. Before we even get to the trial, people are going to see and go, oh crap, like, it was really Tyler Robinson. I was expecting to at least see evidence that, because I had reported early on that the source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe he was disposing clothes at this stage, at this phase. I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow. I find Lance to be more suspicious, if I'm being honest with you. And also, like I said, the use immunity that was given to Lance by the feds, the fact that the feds didn't ask him any questions, the fact that I spoke with Lance Twiggs' family, and they were like, it's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person that I would imagine to be involved in some stuff. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. But when we got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that, a photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right, I think this could be the guy. If they had handed over the discovery on the text messages, since that was their big ta-da, we've got the text messages, that would be the first thing that I would hand over. But actually, who was holding them up? Like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're right to say we were handing things over, and we heard the defense argue on behalf of the prosecution, saying it's not them and it's not the SBI, it's the FBI that's holding on to things. As the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun, the FBI took initially the screwdriver. And then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack, that's something that really bothers me, that they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an abandoned, we know, it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending last names. She was the forensics for the FBI. And then she says she gets a call on the 13th and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before, right? So I found that to be very strange that it was on the exact route that the alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was, we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team. So that to me is, this is why the investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn, and this is completely crazy to me, that some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to Erica. That's absurd. That is absurd. Everything should be in evidence. When you learn that the car that they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital, they had immediately towed, cleaned, and back up for resale, that's absurd. That should be sitting in evidence. And any police officer that you speak to will say, or a person that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years. It had nothing to do with anything. It was just around. And they kept it into evidence until the trial was over, and it has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general has to sign off on giving you those objects back. And we were told this is all fine. And we see, and this is just one example, Erica holding the crucifix. That should be in evidence. Irrespective of if you feel bad for her and think she should have it and it's sweet, that should be in evidence. Immediately paving over the crime scene. This is like the craziest thing ever. This like defies common sense. You immediately, and when you heard the guy who did it actually go up on a podcast and explain, I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency. I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday, the dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers. That is what people are looking at and going, this is weird.
Fair enough. It is very strange for a crime scene.
The call came from the feds and the governor's office. UVU's washed their hands of it. And what he's saying sounds true, because we heard during the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. The feds were in control of the courtyard. So in order for anybody to have paved anything, that was federal territory, so to speak. I'm maybe not using that in the best cop term, but the feds were in control of the courtyard. So these are things that I think should be answered for. Why are we doing things differently than you would in any other criminal scenario of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident, the various decoys. I did it. It just doesn't look right.
Okay,
Fair enough.
So go back to the question. So what would you need to see for you to say
Something, if they had, I was expecting, here we have him, he took the shot, here it is. And then I'd be like, great, a clear image of him on the staircase where I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson and he was on
Right.
campus. We got nothing. We got literally nothing but hearsay of people saying,
But you basically get no case.
what?
You basically no case on planet Earth. You get the,
Sure.
oh, we got a picture.
Okay,
Here's him with the murder
you're
weapon.
right.
Here's him taking the
But
shot.
most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
Yeah.
One clear image of his,
But I don't understand when you're
his
asked,
car plates.
if
you
you're
know,
asked
like-
the question, what would it take to convince? It'd be the same question be asked to me. Andrew, what would it take to convince you that the oppositional is true,
Patsy?
right? That he's a patsy or something like
Right.
that. Just good, clear, concise evidence that's been presented, right? And is being presented that I could go through and link all together to see if there's actually some clear picture of there being a patsy. That's what it would take for me.
Okay.
Just
I
a good,
don't disagree with
just
that.
a
We
good,
haven't heard the
hang on,
defense
just
respond.
a good evidentiary standard. And then, of course, I would change my mind.
So just to qualify this, so there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed him. So you're saying yes to that.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for the audience here that from
Without
you,
question.
for you, is there anything that you could see for you to say, yeah, this guy was a patsy?
Of
the government
course,
was
I'm going to always
Okay.
follow evidence.
Perfect.
So my whole thing is just this. It's really important to me. I don't mind people being truth seekers and justice searchers, and the internet has helped solve tons of crimes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, right? However, there's also people who, they not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up with conjecture and they what's called flooding the zone. You flood the zone with tons and tons of conspiracy-based ideas, and they go nowhere, right? And in fact, they actually take away from legitimate investigation. Now, I'm not even saying anybody here is purposely flooding the zone. That's not even the claim. All I'm saying is that the claims made absent, this is just me not being convinced by the state's evidence. Those become claims, and claims have to be defended. Just like mine have to be defended, yours have to be defended. And that's what we're going to get to now, yeah?
You want to get into it? Would you guys like to take an ad break?
We'll take an
before we
ad
come
break.
back?
Take an ad break,
And then we'll talk Erica Kirk and TPUSA.
and the conspiracies that have been conjectured by Candace Owens in regards to this case in the Charlie Kirk
Perfect.
assassination.
Folks, we'll take a 3.5 minute break and we'll be back soon.
All right. PBD selling some more shoes. Get your Patrick Bet David sneakers. So what do you guys think? I think we're getting a little bit more to the heart of the debate here with Andrew pushing her. And here, let me give credit. The paving over of the crime scene is very strange. Some of the handling of the murder case, the handling of the evidence also I found strange. So here's, for anybody wondering my position, yes, I think the 30-06, Andrew made a case. I've seen other people make the case that it is possible. Not necessarily the steel neck theory, but, could have been an old rifle, could have been falling apart mid-flight, all that stuff. But here's the things that are major anomalies to me, at least. The 30-06 in the neck with no exit wound. That's hard for me to reconcile. The paving of the murder scene over the weekend. I mean, he dies on like a Thursday, Friday, and then by Sunday, they've already dug up the dirt and paved over, put it new pavers where the crime scene was. That seems strange. The interview of the guy who did the paving talked about how he was contacted, was given a substantial amount of money to work on Sunday because they don't work on Sundays. I think they were Protestant, and that they were told, and that they had two different crews. The crew that dug up the dirt was different than the crew that laid the pavers, even though normally they would, you would hire the paving crew and they would do all that as one. So they hired, a bit anomalous. And then the handling of some of the evidence I found strange. So it'd be interesting to see where they go with the rest of this in the next section here. Derp throws in 5, says, I got the jabby wabby in the military in 21. I'm here now. So, well, unfortunate. Thank God that you haven't had any deleterious health issues. AC throws in 5, says, how are so many Orthodox here forgetting logic they would have in a religious debate? Well, I think this is really polarizing, and it's difficult because, one, Candace is bringing up anomalies, which I think are fair and things that I also agree with. Andrew's making the case, yeah, but what's the most What's the most logical based on the evidence? And can you prove, Candace, in a consistent chain of logic from what you're inferring here to some of the claims you made? So two things can be true. The anomalies are strange. I don't trust Kash Patel. I don't trust really any federal organization right now. And at the same time, Candace can't prove some of the claims she's made. So it's going to be interesting when they start getting into the Erica Kirk stuff next. American Justinian throws in 10, says both Candace and Andrew are right and wrong, in my opinion. Candace is right about the case being too sketchy. Yes. And as I said, I concede that. I think there's a lot of weird anomalies with the whole thing. And Andrew is right that Candace's alternative theories suck. Yes. And some of her theories are just so out there that there's nothing that she could even present as some type of piece of evidence for some of them. In my opinion, Kirk was killed by Tyler Robinson and the government. And that's possible too. That's possible too. It's possible he was a sole gunman. He didn't even know he was working for the feds. And he was into like trans stuff. So it's not like this guy was super, traditional in his values and really had sort of Christian discernment. The guy was literally having sex with another guy who thought he was a girl. So he could have been some MK Ultra guy. I don't know. But again, the debate here is about, did Tyler Robinson do it? And I think Journey of Abundance made a really interesting point. He said they both have positive claims in this debate. I think the debate is less about single conclusive issues and more about the preponderance of evidence. And I think that's true, because what's Andrew doing? He's making the positive case for the state's official theory, or that the positive case for Tyler Robinson, which is the prompt, by the way. And Candace is making a positive claim that it wasn't Tyler Robinson. Well, and that's why, in a way, they are talking past each other. There needs to be someone taking the negative claim that is intentionally deconstructing the other person's argument. And, I think that's part of what's happening here is two people are making positive claims. I will say, based on the prompt, according to what Rachel shared with us before the debate started, the prompt is Andrew has to defend that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, and Candace is to prove that Tyler Robinson did not kill Charlie Kirk. So that is the debate. From that standpoint, Andrew is actually maintaining the prompt because he has the positive position in the debate prompt. JB885 says, what about time traveling? Yeah, time traveler. That it sounds like you've been listening to Queen Candace. Stokey Bear. We got a bear in the house. Throws in 20. Thank you very much. Says, for the goal. First time chatter, long time listener. I want to thank you, especially out of all the collective Ortho Bros on YouTube in my journey into the Orthodox. Well, glory to God. I'm humble if I helped in any way. Glory to God, man. And congratulations on coming to the church. I'm getting baptized this Saturday. Old calendar. Glory to God, brother. Welcome home. Welcome home, Stokey Bear. That's fantastic, man. And I'm humbled if my content or my channel helped in any way. Absolutely humbled. And don't forget, guys, if you're looking for a great Orthodox men's community, join the Logos Academy. We meet every single Tuesday, tons of exclusive content. If you have not got the best, #1 Christian deconstruction of transhumanism, check out my book with this link right here from my website. I send out author-signed copies. And if anyone's interested in signing up for a private consultation, diving into, could be philosophy, theology, life, whatever it may be, history, you can do so with this link right here. And if anybody's interested in sponsoring a stream, our next sponsored stream, a shout out to Heidi. She may still be in the chat. We're going to be diving into Saint Olga, the mother of Vladimir the Great, man who baptized the Slavs. So if you have a great topic you would like to sponsor, you can do so with that link right there as well. So let's see what the poll in the chat has. Candace has made some real movement in the poll here in the live chat. So we've got 445 votes. Andrew was at like a 70%, and he's down to 59% in the poll. So I asked, who's winning the debate so far? Andrew's polling at 59%. Candace is polling at 41%. So she is making a bit of a comeback here. Interesting to see that so many people are actually siding with Candace. So Smokey Bear, or Stokey Bear. I'm sorry, Smokey Bear. That's Andrew. Andrew is Smokey Bear. Stokey Bear, rather, through in 5 says, your stream on Saint Stephen the Great helped me find my patron saint. Fantastic patron saint, by the way, Stephen the Great. Thank you so much, DPH. Orthobro, superhero name, Dr. DP Slick, because of the Dr. DP Slick. I like it, Stokey Bear. Thank you very much, brother. Appreciate you supporting and being here. God bless you. And welcome home, man. It's fantastic that you made your way to the church. So let's see what the chat's saying here. I'm curious what your guys' thoughts are so far. It was a new Remington 150 grain soft point. Oh, you must be talking about the bullets here. They can't get into Andrews, so they come over here. What do you mean? I don't know what you guys are talking about. We got some haters in the chat right now. Is that what's going on? We got some serious haters. Repost the poll. Okay. Let's start a new poll then. We'll see where everything's at. We'll end the poll. We'll start a new one. Now that we're further into the debate here. Who is winning the debate so far? All right. We'll keep updating the poll, seeing people are coming up with butterfly and crisis. Candace is just saying the infiltration that happened in the Catholic Church is happening everywhere. TPUSA, love Jesus. Does the juices accept Jesus win? Okay, I'm not sure what that has to do with it. But Candace wants to convert to Orthodoxy. There's a high probability after the recent events of the Zionist appointed in the Vatican. Well, hopefully. I haven't seen her inch closer towards Orthodoxy, but Candace is yet to demonstrate a coherent inference. She doesn't understand when he's asking the logical chain from her inferences. She doesn't seem to grok what he's asking. If Zen has been at various events as an agitator, like Andrew said on JRE, wouldn't that require pre-knowledge of something tragic happening? Possibly. You're talking about George Zen, the weird guy. There's definitely, that's another anomaly with it. And Candace hasn't even brought that up. The George Zen guy that's been at like the Boston bombing, 9/11, a handful of different like major tragic events. And he was there at the Charlie Kirk. He's the one that claimed he shot him, and then they put him in jail for child porn. So I don't know, but the George Zen one, that's a strange occurrence, which makes you definitely think that multiple people may have had previous knowledge to the event. I don't know. Candace converting to God Logic's Daddy Church. So looking at oh my gosh. So the poll so far, everybody vote in the poll right now we got going in the live chat. Out of 117 votes, you guys have Candace winning so far, 51%, 40. It's now 50-50. That's much closer than I was expecting. Now, I don't, again, we haven't really had a negative presentation by either one of them. Ilya says, DPH, please pull up the Charlie coffin pic, and why did they put a Masonic ring on his hand? What? Somebody send that to me on X. I'll bring it up on X. I'm not aware. They put a Masonic ring on Charlie's hand? Are you sure? Are you sure? I'd have to see that. Oh, yeah. She's talking way more. And maybe that's why it feels like some people believe that Andrew's losing on rhetoric. I don't know if he is losing on rhetoric, but she certainly is occupying the majority of the debate. And maybe that's why it feels that way. My beloved brother and friend, Dangerfield Henley says it doesn't require pre-knowledge. Crisis actors can be activated anytime, I think. I'm a TI and a time. It's true. Yeah, if he's a crisis actor, but even then that begs the question, whoever hired the crisis actors knew of the event. But again, if there was a team and it seems like there would have been some type of pre-knowledge of the event, but it's going to be interesting. I think it's going to get pretty feisty in this next section when they start getting into Erica Kirk. That one's going to be a little bit feisty. Andrew makes us look bad, says James Moore. There's a myriad of holes in the official narrative. Well, and hear me, I'm friends with Andrew. You're not going to find me bashing Andrew. And at the same time, I do think there's multiple holes. So I think that's totally fair. All right. Debate is back.
In your position of the overwhelming evidence.
Yeah.
Okay. Beautiful. You take the lead. Go for it.
Yeah. So I have a bunch of questions for you, and I want to make it super painless, right? So no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct. And I think that as long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no. But as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that.
Mm-hmm.
So just to be clear, we agreed to debate our claims. And then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason, you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want to be able to question you.
This is a meta conversation.
Right, but okay, so now we're transcending. Like let's use a word that you're saying. But this is what you're doing, right? Okay. So this part to me feels like a bit of.
Am I allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions, but I made it very clear to you via email and with you in conversation that we should be speaking. This isn't like you get to sit.
I want to ask you.
I don't get her problem with him asking direct questions.
Defense team, but you're like, I'm just going to ask questions. Can you answer it? Blah, blah, blah. It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask. And I'm going to answer as I see fit because I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah. Okay.
I get it.
Just so we're clear.
Usually in the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct with it.
Because you kept saying I'm Joe Rogan. They had no evidence. And now you're like,
he gets to question you in a debate.
Actually, yeah. Okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA on the rifle as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were on.
So that would be no as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no as far as I know for certain.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say that for certainty.
if your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm familiar with this debate strategy.
But I am just
yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed that.
No, it's still a debate
about why.
No, we're still definitely debating. This is still.
No, it's not a debate. This is you saying I want to probe things that sit outside of the
cross-examination is asking questions.
You're not going to go like you're sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So let's you can have a conversation as we've agreed to.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
positive evidence.
It was told to me by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office. And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say this, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank accounts and say whether or not the information.
I agree.
But then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. Then I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people. And that's what I did.
Got it. I just want
Cool.
to make sure.
And so
I'm not trying to trap you.
Well,
I just want to make sure I got it clear.
And that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim. So we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported exactly as I received it. I'm not trying to embarrass
you. I just want to make sure that I get your positions clear.
I have not said, yeah, go ahead.
And now you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give me...
Yes, we can pull up the clip. I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
Can I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved? Okay. Where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe that he was, so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues, because
but do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I
that's not positive evidence.
We don't get to for an hour and a half.
But the question I'm asking,
there's gays that eat.
I'm telling you that in
Chick-fil-A.
any case, establishing a motive, and again, I already explained this at the top of the show. But the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because, truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
That is true.
He was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, not even that. It's like everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So then other than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show and the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis, there were also, obviously
Ian
Joe
Carroll
Kent
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary, was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss, in the Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place. And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see.
There's no positive evidence.
Whatever you want to say, however, positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well, positive evidence would
have
be
a conversation.
Material evidence and other evidences, which would
what
point
we've said is
positive evidence is a technical term.
This feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird, and the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. The day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI'd photo on the president's feed doesn't feel right. So,
do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk. So how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay. So then you don't believe that they did?
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay, fair.
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what the video is. Yes, you said that there's a video you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved.
Yep.
He said evidence that they killed him. I said this
ahead
is why
and play
people
it,
think
though.
their involvement.
So she
If
can
they have the clip,
Yeah,
they
they
can
got
play
the
the
clip.
clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to a clip.
Via who? My guess is Pierre Carrica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Okay.
I also involvement.
I understand.
Yeah.
So you
That's-
think you with full confidence, you think that
Yeah, I think
that
Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Yeah, I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day.
Mhm.
Again, this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not
But
the
you
United
don't have
States
any
government.
positive evidence of
Okay,
that.
okay.
right?
Liz, I don't. Can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think.
It's a
and I just tell
technical
you,
term.
Yes, I think
Well,
they are
that's
involved.
a claim.
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every
I
right
think-
to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's
I
positive
said,
evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim.
I literally just said I think, and I am allowed to think. And
Yeah,
you
you're
keep
allowed
saying,
to
do you
think,
have
but you're making
positive
a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think. Yes.
I agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay. So
Nobody's disputing whether or not
yeah, but
Candace
like
Owens is allowed to think. What I'm asking is
but
you have
what's your issue then?
positive
What is your issue with the statement?
evidence.
I think
uh-huh.
that Israel is involved.
That's
I
not
do.
that's not just what you said. You said
I
that
did say I
it's
think.
it's with full confidence.
Yes.
You would think that if you had full
Can you have confidence
confidence,
to think when you think?
but if I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right? With full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew,
That's how you would know whether or not you had full
I'm just going
confidence.
to tell you something.
Hang on, let me finish.
Sure.
If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right? And I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking, if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with
I actually
evidence.
don't have to walk you through why I think. I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do. I'm
They're
allowed to
pertinent
think
to this debate.
It's not exactly pertinent to this
It's
debate.
100% pertinent.
It's not pertinent because our debate
These are claims
claims
made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete substance of the debate.
No, actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind
You
that you
said-
said I could ask you about any of these things
I
to my
said
heart's
feel
content?
free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me
I'm
why
not
are you allowed
structuring
to
how you're
think.
allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well. And so now what you came
That's
prepared
nice. I
to
just
do is
wanna
to
know-
present yourself like a professor of
I
fallacies
just want to know.
and to say, you are not allowed to say that. You can't. It's
You
my
can
podcast.
say whatever you want.
Well,
Nobody's
I said
disputing that.
It
I'm
seems
asking.
like you are disputing
I'm
it.
asking
I think that
specifically
when this
why
is
you
all
think
said and
Candace
done,
is
I've
falling
already
apart
explained to you.
here.
I explained at the beginning of this
Mhm,
why I think Israel is ultimately going
France.
to be proven to have involvement in this.
mhm.
I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think. And I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is
No, I
that
don't.
Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Like, here's why
It's
I
not
think
dripping.
that?
Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example, when you're bringing up, well, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who was high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless?
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
But
so there's good reason
so
to
it's not
doubt
a
this.
conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government. You get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened
I
to
can
me.
ask you, well,
This
that's
is
not
my
what I'm probing
podcast.
specifically.
This is my podcast. I am sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me.
Mm-hmm.
And you're basically coming in like you're gonna regulate how I'm allowed to say
Nope,
it, if
I'm
I'm
not trying
allowed
to
to say
regulate
it.
anything. I'm asking
Well,
very
you're
pertinent
sounding a bit
questions.
like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
You sound very
can't say I
defensive.
think.
She's
like you just don't wanna
debating
answer
how
questions.
I did
what?
answer your question 3
You
times. I just
literally-
didn't say it in the way that you wanted
You
me to
just
say
kind of
it.
obfuscate and you run away from it. But I would
Let's
like
see-
for you to
let's just
actually
go through
focus
every
on it.
clip that you guys have prepared, because it's pretty. I think with full confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
Sure, they can pull up whatever clips
whatever
they want.
it is
Yeah.
that you guys have prepared. So let's go.
But I would still, on this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie
I
Kirk,
think in
and
the
you
end,
have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
well, I already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand
Did
it
that
for
same
you. So if
higher
you
up
need to-
tell you
if
that
need
he was
to-
going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You
Okay.
just don't like hearing it.
No,
Candace, just out of curiosity,
Yes.
when you pass down that message to a Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office, are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, here's what I heard from
And
somebody?
I have this information.
Sure.
And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about maybe they're not the correct office to. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I
Got
said.
it. So the call was, hey, I've been
Emailed.
told
It's-
the email.
Yes.
Email was, I've been told
I have
somebody is-
information, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination, and that, I mean, it was a lot of information, but
well, you didn't give specifics who it was from.
not in the first email, because I figured they would
Perfect.
yeah.
So if they do contact you,
100.
are you
Yes,
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as
And-
much
and
information
can I
as
ask a
possible.
question? If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
You know, so if that's the case, now they may respond back and say, we did, that's their position.
I did.
I'm
That's
not
why I
involved.
did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case,
Yes.
because so if they
And
do
right
ask
away in
you-
Trump's office, Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk. So he has that. There's no,
And if you do say that and they
Mhm.
contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here.
Mhm.
Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources
yes,
are? Okay. I mean,
it seems reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend that is
I'm not. Never
Okay.
did.
I think those are two different things. That's more
Two
something I
totally
ask you to
different
say,
claims.
why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it,
Mhm.
and nobody reached out to want to contact the
They
source. that she's
probably
willing
didn't
to
think it was
share.
actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair
Mhm.
to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPUS
Well, we
and
don't-
had a relationship with
Wait,
Charlie?
who?
No, her relationship. Like
Yeah.
this isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know any
Well,
of
then
this.
if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to, even you assign it to one of your
There's
guys
no
to
guarantee
say,
they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't
How
know.
could they
No,
if
how
they didn't
could they
come
if
get
she didn't give it
the
to them?
information, more of the information? Because it
And
was a
by the way,
long
this-
file.
Yeah.
This is a separate, this has
Did
got
you send
nothing to
them
do
the
with the
guy's
debate.
name?
This is more on
Well, I sent the email assuming that's you kept saying, like, you go and you make a report, you think they're going to come back to you and say, hey,
Huh.
what's more information? We're investigating this. And that didn't happen, and which is what I raised.
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that,
did you send them the
especially
source of
because
the
this was at
claim?
a time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
But did
I-
you?
so actually it was three offices.
let me ask one
The
question. and then
executive
I'm gonna come to you.
office,
Yeah.
Dan Bongino, and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow-up to that is the following.
Mhm.
If they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie Kirk?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel. It was
Okay,
they were
got it.
saying the French foreign, that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that
So
day.
I'm
And
surprised
I
they haven't
think
called you.
then I find that to be very strange
Very-
too.
I do as well.
Because who would want to make a report? Like, I mean, I've never
But-
made a report with the federal
but
Let
when
me
government.
you
ask one
did-
question.
but
Let
when
me
you
just
did
ask one
send
question.
Mhm.
Let me just ask one
Okay.
question, and I'm going to bring
Okay.
it to you.
Sure.
The question is in regards to, I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now.
Mhm.
I'm full confidence. I believe that
Mhm.
Israel and French was involved. is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that they won't even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the many police, sheriff's offices, that were departments that were involved that day, all believe there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believe there was a conspiracy. They were, my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources?
You're not allowed to have sources.
Well,
like
the thing is funny.
So is CNN allowed to have
well,
sources?
hang on. I
but
have sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say, what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leading the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams. And that's why they keep watching my content, because like, for example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, they all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now. How would that actually, hang on, I'm almost done.
How would that, talking to PVT
how would that legitimize, well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it? How would that legitimize any of that?
I am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here. And I think that you understood what I was saying, is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public. And this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think questioners should get questioned as well?
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just like saying what I think and collecting evidence.
Aren't most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like
no,
what are you
just
saying?
Like if you want people to come in and answer questions for you, I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
Well, they're not answering our questions. So it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
that's
okay,
why I said
so
Andrew Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But
That's
isn't that
his
a double standard?
No, it's not, because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about, I'm talking about Andrew Colvett. His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA. So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information, or because there has been, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
But aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
people love to do that.
The thing is funny is
people
like,
act like I'm
I think
ground
their
zero.
PR, I'll be fair with you.
Ground zero of people not trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was some
actually kind of
PR there. I think there was some PR there. Sure, they could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I've said is on my podcast. I think firmly that if I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all and I would ask questions. I would at this phase. I would.
Okay,
so
what does that
hypothetical,
mean? Does that mean that you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack as just one example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back the.
That doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a second.
They ruled them out as suspects.
That quickly. I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's a $100 million incentive. This is
what $100 million incentive?
What I'm saying is his organization, it had grown to, I think it was 100
plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want to back up,
but
that's fine.
Your team wants to play video, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
there's a video they want to play of Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erica's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
Also just asking.
And so right now their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it? That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
I didn't say complicit in death. You added those two words.
Okay, so what's she complicit in?
Yes, so sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence to come in
tell
debate.
me, what
So
is
now
that?
you're
What
chopping it
is
up.
he?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview.
Okay.
And Erica, when she is asked, "Are you one? Do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this?" And she says, "I do." Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like, this is why I did not engage in any like Erica, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here because I don't know, just it feels weird to think that, did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her and I was expecting for her to say, well, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. That's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay. So this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit. And again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Complicit in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all of this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show. Okay. So we call her lawyer and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. we're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says, no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like,
but what is she complicit
let's wait.
in?
She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have.
Okay.
Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They made an arrest.
I don't understand, how would any of this make her complicit and in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut
How
case.
is she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes
like, don't look
if she
anywhere
believes
else.
that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right. But so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it seem like I said she was complicit. Everything. Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why?
Because we don't have like infinite amounts of time, I'm guessing. You probably don't want to watch.
Well, I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting me to respond to it.
There's no doctored anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right. Yes, that what you're actually saying
is what is she complicit
in believing? And when I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him. I was not a part of that.
There's no question her actions have been strange.
Contribute to that. I was getting
she's complicit.
Terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that. For sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. She told me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told by Charlie. We can find that,
I'm
sure.
In the meeting with her.
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, and I don't know who to trust the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like I didn't know. I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a relationship.
No, I would say it's totally normal. Like, it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around.
What does this have to do with
traveling on a plane nonstop? You suddenly want to start building
okay,
at home.
What is she complicit in, though?
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie?
What the hell? Who cares about her dating life?
Engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage.
Did you guys ever hold hands when Charlie and Erica were around, or what?
No, Erica, I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted.
What does this have to do with the debate?
I was kind of his wing woman throughout that phase, and I was just happy. And I never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious. I really need to get to know this person, and so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending any time getting to know Erica per se.
So the complicit part about Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
it transformed when she lied?
You can take the lead. I'm just asking questions.
Yes.
If you want to
I
go for it.
I actually I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah,
so
she has an
when
answer.
I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband, would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So, and by the way, what dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after going to the headquarters? Because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards him.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No, come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue-in-cheek.
Usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek. Yeah. Like, for instance, you got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names and called your husband bad names. You're just like, well, it's no biggie.
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think
I'm not her biggest defender?
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about the feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the headquarters.
It's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point.
Well, I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down. And then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do on recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay. And then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay. Is that when you gave her the hug?
Yeah. Gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay. So at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
I just reached out to TPUSA and said, I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here? Do
you find it interesting that people have been asking for, basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they instantly... It's amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical. Well, I don't know. I feel like if I was going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media, they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June. So what? Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse. Well, I don't know. They don't have the courage to have the conversation. If they were just releasing something in good faith to answer questions. Do you have any evidence of that claim? It's not evidence. You're sharing your opinion that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion that I think it's going to register as really obvious to the public that rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise. Well, do you think the public's not smart enough to see through that? Do you think that if you talking about terrible PR, if you know that there's a huge debate that's coming up, that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, I'm taking this position. This is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for. And Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I'd definitely like take a look. It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this, they actually do talk to you. It's amazing. Yeah, I just do not believe, A, that you that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization. You were critical of Erica, and now you're sitting here going, Candace, I want to interrogate you for an hour and a half about everything you've ever said about Erica. Have you ever been
critical of somebody that you hadn't met, and then you meet them and you're less critical of them?
And the inverse has happened too. I was less critical about Erica, and now I'm more critical about her.
But I'm asking you, isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of, and then you've met them and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb and let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere, talking about feminism. Well, yeah.
I debate against
against feminists.
She doesn't know what she's talking about.
And a lot of the actual, so I'm a Christian ethicist.
And then you go on to Joe Rogan.
This is a terrible point for her to make.
Explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
Yeah, I'm actually, no.
You're in the biggest of the girl boss positions. Like you don't have to do this. You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But you still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which makes sense why she would take the organization over.
No, that it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's bizarre.
Yeah, because they don't have a parent. They don't have a parent and they've just suffered a trauma. You don't go into the office.
You want to protect your husband's legacy.
Yeah,
right?
No.
And you're trying to find some new
legacy
normal.
is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
No,
yes, it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to believe that it would be both Turning Point USA. That is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole life for it.
This is why people think she's sus.
And his children. Now, for you, though, to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's like the pot calling the kettle black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that they're by the way,
she's not qualified to take over his company.
There's always objective.
She's probably not
to each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting thing here is like, I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been. And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified to run the organization. And
but on what's that have
more emotional aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion. I'm not gonna say it's scientific, that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
Okay, well, I understand that you can have those criticisms, but I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
so let's
your
get.
team is
an answer
asking
to how it's complicit.
Your team is asking to play a clip. So if we want to play this clip to just finish this segment on the Erica Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that as well. So if you guys are ready in the back, we're ready.
And causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a pet and explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. It ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables. They panicked. That's why Terrell's nervous on the phone with me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay. They panicked. It's the reason Erica had to step out. That's why she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly, because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive. Oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged it. He spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
Do you believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like you're just it's completely out of context.
Wait,
But
I didn't
so
prepare the
in
clips, but
yeah, I think
I didn't,
like you
but
were
it's
kind of
fine
ready.
to ask it to back it
Like
up.
I said, I don't need to say what's happening here because the internet will clock it. But in this episode, we are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode on my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I say at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise. And I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically exploring it, that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they pull up random clips.
No, he's asking you to clarify your statements.
You watch the episode,
I'm
know
just
what
trying
it
to
is.
make sure. Do you think that your alternative theory?
I think John Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility. Yes.
Okay.
And it should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work, and I think that that's why that theory is now starting to gain steam since we released the second set of the photos of what was in the car. I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too.
Mm-hmm.
What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times. And the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. there's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out that kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually looking up towards where the gun is being fired. They're looking away for where the sound is. Where's the actual explosion?
Well, for every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten on and said, it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt, right? You obviously saw Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said, the first thing I thought was
Rob O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should actually, since they're pulling clips, we should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what he observed and his experience.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take that. And also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to my first episode when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? It doesn't make sense to me. And that's
because of air dispersal from the bullet. So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle.
Mm-hmm.
Take an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table, and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay, so question for you: does that box go sideways off the table?
It can.
It can.
Yeah, it can. It depends on the dispersal.
You 3,000 pounds of energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well, it's not 2,000 pounds of energy.
We can fact check that. How many pounds of energy is it? A 30-06 being shot 150 yards away. That's a great question for Grok. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and 2,000. I'm pretty sure pounds of energy coming at you, and you just go upward and to the side. I don't really buy that. I'm going to just say I just think that that's not
but
possible. It doesn't go through on top of that. So there's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't go through. But I also want to say that you're saying this can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And because he's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Because
did he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved?
Well, why are you able to assert your position as
Because
a fact?
I'm gonna tell you how projectiles work. He's not even gonna I guarantee you this guy's not even gonna disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
What?
Am I not BSing? I'm telling
That's
you
just
the
basic
truth.
physics.
If a bullet is moving in air has to move out of way of bullet.
Well, maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say for the record, I've watched some of you do these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence, and
You can fact check it.
Your
Fact check if
shirt,
bullets displace air.
not about whether it displaced air, it's where it dispersed the air. Underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath the
Okay,
shirt.
a bullet's this big, and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck,
Candace,
and then
it's not
it is
underneath
beneath
the
his shirt. The
It
shirt
starts
puffs.
up here, and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah.
That's not true.
It's not.
And we
the-
obviously
the
can't show that
idea-
clip. I disagree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show it for TOS purposes.
Exactly.
That's fine.
I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate it. Whether or not it was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me. It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow, his necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd. And then you see a puff here, and then the next thing you know, there's the entry
You see
wound on
smoke?
his neck. I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my
Do you
platform.
think that an explosion generally has smoke?
I don't think that there's any quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
There's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive that was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside of this road mic.
I think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask those sorts of questions of how a shaped charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car. And I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this.
Mhm.
And I think he has debated a ton of people actually regarding this topic. So that's the route that I would send you on. For
Yeah, that's fine. That's fair.
for the purposes of my show,
Mhm.
I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's two clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
And good to see you, General Holt. A lot of things bothers me about this. Nothing in particular, and it's not like I'm out there saying big lie or conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up. And then, I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later. And then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but that you can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions. And they mock people by saying, "Oh, I'm just asking questions." Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to ask.
He's actually said very little about the explosive there. So
I'm
he
just saying he said he's shot people up close,
Yeah.
and he's never seen a shirt
No
move like
dispute.
that, and it looked to him like an explosive. That's what he just
dispute,
said.
But when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? If I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like 5 minutes ago you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but if you slow it down,
Those
the
aren't
disbursement of
contradictory
air,
claims.
That's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick, very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's
over.
not what I saw, and clearly it's not what he saw, and he thinks that there could be an explosive. So I'm
That's
just saying to
fine.
you,
That's what he thinks.
When you-
people disagree with you. Your opinion's not a fact. That's all.
I
I
understand.
think that's a good place for us to, if we have another break, and then we can keep answering your questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3.5 minute ad break. We'll be back for the last segment.
All right, thank you.
All right. Another ad break. Get your PBD sneakers, shoe salesman. What are you guys thinking so far? So I'm looking at the poll. It looks like a lot more people are voting for Andrew now. He was definitely taking the lead there during this last section. And you could tell Candace started to get on her heels. And it's kind of weird. Some of the stuff she's making, like claiming she's being clipped out of context. I mean, they're in the middle of a debate. He's just trying to provide some piece of evidence for her actually stating something, So, and she was very, very reluctant when he was talking about being complicit. He played a clip. Candace claimed that Erica was complicit in the death of Charlie. He asked, how is she complicit? And it basically, Candace's argument was, well, she's complicit in the cover-up. Complicit in the cover-up. Okay, but you, in this clip, insinuated that she was like behind the killing of her husband. So, I don't know. Shout out to Jay Hamza, throws in 20, says, here's what I've learned from my perspective. People don't often want to hear my take on anything rather than say anything. I stay silent. I found silence very comforting. These two aren't going to save me. Only Christ can. Well, that's true. I don't think anybody's claiming either one of these people will save you. Jordan throws in 5, says Lee Harvey Oswald did not act alone. Cubans, mob, the Russians, the CIA may not have a smoking gun. Each is an avenue to explore due to motives. Yeah, fair enough. And again, the question here is not, are there anomalies in the Charlie Kirk case? Because even, with Andrew, I think there's more anomalous things we've already talked about with the case. Certainly would raise eyebrows. This is about evidence on, did Tyler Robinson kill Charlie Kirk? Yes or no? And Candace is supposed to be presenting the negative case with evidence that he did not kill Charlie Kirk. So that's really what the prompt is about. Not, are there a bunch of anomalies, or did they mishandle evidence, or the pavers that they put in the murder scene? Is that strange? All of that's strange. The 30-06, again, I don't know. I've shot a 30-06. That was an anomalous thing for me. That his neck stopped it. Is possible. Jack Kellum throws in 10. In my humble opinion, the only thing working against Andrew is that he is asking us to believe a very sketchy government and justice system. Well, fair enough. I mean, I'm very skeptical of all that stuff. His point is, though, that if you deem the evidence, that's the most likely conclusion. That's what he's arguing. The lies are just too egregious and plentiful. I'm on Team Andrew still. Well, fair enough. I mean, like I said, I don't trust Kash Patel. I don't trust the FBI. I am skeptical of the official narrative. There's a lot of things that I can raise questions on and still highlight that Candace can't positively prove or negatively disprove Tyler Robinson being the killer. So, yeah, at the same time, do I support official narratives or this institutional structures? Of course not. Of course not. Nobody should just take their word as gospel. Derek's Fly Fishing throws in 5, says, this is your brain on papism. So what do you guys think of PBD being the moderator? I thought for a while there, he was doing a decent job. He was kind of staying out. He asked some very poignant questions to Candace. But then the whole thing, like getting into her relationship with Erica, I thought, okay, that's fair enough. Did you have a close relationship with Erica before the murder? That's fair question. Then it's like, well, did you guys double date? Did you double date with Charlie and Erica? What the hell does that have to do with anything? Let's see what you guys say. He says he sucks. He's not doing that bad. It's all COINTELPRO. Make a poll on Tyler. Okay, I can do that. Waiting for him to ask her about dinner last night. Yeah. It's a strange, I thought that was a strange line of questioning. Like, did you guys go on double dates together? What? This is about Tyler Robinson? Yeah, no, I know PBD is a massive Zionist. I know. And he has a lot of animosity towards the Ayatollah and Iran. I'm aware. Not even the words of skeptics should be taken as gospel. Of course not. I never really liked PBD just because he glazes Khabib, and now I really don't like him after his moderation. He wasn't doing that bad. It was just some of that questioning during the last section was a bit weird. Grifter Battle Royale. Andrew Wilson is a temple slave for the SOS, and he rode the goat. Well, how is he a temple slave? Like, you can totally disagree with his opinions. I don't get this idea that he's like some compromised shill. Like, where are you pulling that from? Maybe he believes in the official narrative more than I do, but in regard to the debate prompt, she has to prove that Tyler Robinson didn't kill Charlie Kirk. PBD isn't some kind of infiltrator playing both sides for his advantage. He is a blue-pilled boomer. Yeah, he's soft on certain issues for sure. Candace is insufferable to listen to. I mean, she was getting a little hot under the collar during that last section. You could see she was finally on the back foot. She's been much more of the aggressive debater so far, except for that last section. Andrew finally got her. And the whole idea that she can't be questioned, that she feels like she's being deposed. Like, lady, cross-examination is part of debate. You literally ask poignant questions to your debate partner for them to answer explicitly. That's just normal procedure for a debate. I didn't get this idea where he's like, okay, I got a few questions for you. And she's like, oh no, you're not going to question me like I'm being. But that's how we get to know what your official claim is, like what your position is, where things are a bit amorphous and ambiguous. That's totally normal debate. Deadpool Kid throws in 10, says, truth lies between the sensational and the mundane. I think all this distrust and confusion, we may never accept the simple possibility that one man took the shot. It's fair enough. That's why, you just got to not be so polarized and hold multiple things could be true at the same time, right? As Aristotle always highlighted, that's the sign of an insufficient IQ, is when you can't see that two things could be true at the same time. And just like this case can be mishandled, there can be anomalies, there can be things that we don't know. And yet, Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. But I'm curious what you guys think in the chat regarding the Tyler Robinson. That was a really good suggestion. So right now on the poll, we said who is winning the debate so far. Andrew's still 65%, Candace 35%. I'm going to ask you guys, do you think Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk? So I'm curious what the audience thinks about that. Since that is essentially the debate prompt. So you could say that Tyler Robinson didn't kill Charlie Kirk. You could be on Candace's side of the debate prompt and still think that Andrew's winning the debate. So we'll see what people vote on that. Shout out to Jay Hamza. Good to see you, brother. He throws in 10, says, she definitely gives me the impression she appeals to no one and sees no one as authoritative. This lines up with most people I'm encountering. I'm guessing it's why people can't become Orthodox. Well, it certainly plays a factor. I think many Americans have a reluctance towards authority. It's part of the American ethos, King George, the Revolution, all that stuff. But I don't think she understands positive evidence as a technical claim. Meaning you can have circumstantial evidence. You can have things that you can confer or infer or conject to be the case, but positive evidence means you have like a fact. So I don't know. She didn't understand the chain of logic regarding her arguments. She doesn't understand positive evidence. Apparently, she didn't even understand that in a debate, it's very typical for your debate opponent to question you and to have poignant questions that you answer. And she can do the same thing back to him, right? So I don't get it. She could say, okay, I'll answer your questions, but we're going to alternate. I get to ask you a question after you. Okay, fair enough. That's totally in line with debate. The idea he can't ask her a bunch of questions, that's crazy. Andrew wasn't obvious about it until pretty recent. Obvious about what? Andrew wasn't obvious about what? I have no idea why the online Orthodox Bear have adopted Andrew. Well, it's not like we adopted him. He is Orthodox. I went to him and Rachel's and his daughter's baptism. I was there with Chase Haggard. They are Orthodox. They've converted to the church. So you can not like him, but he's still Orthodox. He's an Orthodox brother. Whether you like him or not, that's irrelevant. Yeah, Americans are known for appealing to the Constitution all the time. What? Candace's popularity is a strong argument against populism. Ignore MD, dude. He's Spurgeon. Oh, is he? Being on Team Hat. Well, look, I don't know the degree of his criticism, but I know Andrew's not a Zionist. So maybe that's his pro stance on the Iran war and his partnership with TPUSA to be a debate instructor, I guess, has led people to believe that he's pro-Israel. Only we, YouTube, on this channel, are we pro-Israel and Netanyahu. So don't take down our channel. Yeah, and Andrew can't question Candace because the feelings. It's the feelings. How can Orthodox have 3 divorces? Well, because those divorces happened before he's Orthodox. You think the church doesn't allow someone to convert to Orthodoxy because they had previous divorces? And he didn't have 3 divorces. He had 1 divorce before Rachel. So that's 1 divorce and then remarried. So not sure. All right, debate's back.
You want to go with your last couple thoughts?
Yeah, so I just have two more clips to play.
Okay.
Right. And then we can do final thoughts. I'm guessing. I feel like we got where we were trying to go, or at least for the most part. So the 2 other clips, I do want to play the Twigs clip. That one is important to me, the Twigs DNA clip.
Yeah.
And they're going to pull it up just to have you respond
Well,
to it.
you don't have to play it because, like, if you're saying that when I initially watched it, I thought that Lance Twigs' DNA, like, he was directly responding to that because the testimony was a bit confusing. They started by saying that they were going to, like, explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples, and then they started speaking about the gun and said, multiple prints were found on them. And then they moved and they said Lance Twigs's DNA was found on the screwdriver. When I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the gun. So I think I've already conceded that we don't know that. So I think, like, but if you want to play the clip,
this is directly you saying it is on the gun. Twigs' DNA
I'm saying
is
that
on
I
the
feel
gun.
like I've already said to you, like, I've made that concession. But just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said we don't know yet, and I've corrected that mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking in a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember 9-hour testimony.
It's to demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've already
You're going to
conceded.
make mistakes on the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that it's not ruled out. We know that there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times. I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking about this. And I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all 3 of them were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twigs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
that's fine. And then the last one is one with Erica Kirk.
Sure. This is like the Erica Kirk. All right,
Well,
Erica. You could just sit down with me, Erica, but we could do it this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Yeah, sure.
I'm bringing it up.
Straight to jail, straight to jail.
We're questioning at least, Erica. I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who wants to be upset after this episode. Really, you will be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies,
straight to jail.
yeah, so that's the show intro, and straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay.
Like, you know.
So do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
Yes, it's obviously tongue in cheek. And then we explain that actually I think that she should be brought in for questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode when I started to think that she should be sat down and questioned. And I still believe that. I still hold the perspective that Erica should be sat down and she should be properly questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't been?
No, actually, that would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's already
why,
sat through.
Why do they?
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
why do they owe you that though? Why
they don't owe me anything. That's my show you're watching. Just, the clips that you're pulling are from my show. So if I want to say something on my show, I can say that. I didn't say they owe me something. I don't think that's ever, unless you have
but
another
if you
clip.
say like you need to be sat down for questioning and you don't even know if they haven't been, that's strange, right?
Do you know if they have been?
No, I have no idea.
So you're just saying, what if they haven't been?
Yeah, if your entire
just kind of filling the air,
if your entire thing is
junk.
No, it's not junk. If the query is why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not, what that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos that this should be happening because something's wrong here, when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, and you're not sure if she has been either. So, like I said, I feel like now you're just kind of filling the air with nonsense. Because Turning Point's like, we want
to my
make
knowledge,
sure that you go in there and you defend Erica. And I have to say, I don't think you've done an extraordinary job at that.
But I'm not here to defend Erica. The thing is, though, is like
that since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of time. I mean, I want to just assert how professionally we have dealt with this debate. As you can see, we have not planned any gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people for fact checks, and because I might not remember something, or I do remember something and you're saying no, and that is what I think will register to people as very fair. We did not take out of context clips of Andrew to try to
expressly said that I was going to bring claims.
We did not.
Right?
No, when you said you were going to bring claims that you want me to speak to, you didn't say I intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips to which we said to you before in an email. Any clips that you want to share with us, send it over. Let's assert a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it. That's
not really what happened.
Well, what didn't happen?
This the way that you're framing the exchange, that's not actually what happened. We were negotiating. It is true we negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position. I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine, and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context clips with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on in this trial and this hearing. And I do think that you fell short of that.
There's nothing hang on.
And
there's nothing here except holding you to account for your claims.
Yes or no. Well, hold on. We were supposed to be debating the case and whether or not there was overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that I've said.
We got through.
And like 4 out of 5 of your clips are about Erica Kirk. So the general perception
I don't think 4 out of 5 even
is
were.
Your Turning Point's horse.
Oh,
I think quite a few of them were. Were there 3 Ericas or 4?
So you're just making stuff up?
Can we get a count of how many were about Erica? I feel like
it was 3.
3. Okay.
Yeah,
3. I said 4.
But those are extraordinary claims, which is why you're asked about them,
well,
right?
Okay, but the point being is now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility when I point out yours. No, they're not claims. When you tweet claims. Erica is too retarded, you go, that's just whatever, and then you move on.
That's a claim that I'm responsible for the claim.
Well, earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue in cheek.
Yes, sure. That's me responding to your criticism of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested and
I'm happy to get into also the Patsy stuff now if you would like to.
Well, your team has one more clip they want to play from 7 days ago.
Sorry.
They got one more clip.
We were getting into the Patsy stuff and you stopped it and I was explaining to you. Oh, they have one more clip. Okay, let's go.
They want to hit the minimum of 4 clips you were saying with Erica. So
100%.
This is absurd.
Okay. And this is the one you're saying from 7 days ago. Okay. While they're looking for that, do you want to continue?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
can I
yeah.
ask a question? I know it's been, or like, can I ask a question? Or are we
Not
just in
really. I'm just gonna.
Okay.
We're going to hold to the actual contract itself.
The contract does not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond to you.
I've
What?
never said you can't
Why would he
respond.
question you without you
You've
responding? That's
never
the point of the
responded to
question.
asked you. And by the way, the other thing is like
Let's have it your way. I want it to look like
Still happy
we've
to have
done
the
everything
debate.
Andrew wanted to, so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I
Totally
will not
fine.
ask a question.
Totally fair with me.
So are you good with her asking a question or
He
no?
said no.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay. So you want to wait for the clip first. Okay. You guys have it in the back? Okay, beautiful.
Come on. Gosh, for having these clips already pulled up, they're taking in their sweet damn time.
You
Your
need the Jeopardy
Your team
thing.
told me they had it. So
That's what I heard. Okay, there we
come
go.
on, guys.
Did this crime. Okay? Because Lance
I can't hear
Twiggs
this. My
has
thing
his
went out. Just
DNA
tell me when
on
it
the
says on
towel.
here. It's fine.
Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the rifle.
Lance Twiggs
And to
has
be
his
clear,
DNA on the
Lance
right.
Twiggs'
Said
Twiggs's
this- proceeded this
DNA
4 times,
was
but I don't
not
know why they
as
feel like they need
degraded
to-
as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
Oh, you
But
also
Lance's
said, yeah, it's
DNA
not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things, but I've
Right.
already that's what I mean when I say that. Like, it just seems like you're not actually here trying to engage, because even before you got to this, and I knew that you had some secret clip planned, I said to you when I rewatched the testimony, I realized that they didn't explicitly say Lance Twiggs. They said 5 other profiles were on it, and that his was the most degraded. So I hope your team feels fulfilled in playing that. Is there any more? I'm happy to play every clip that he has on the ready. Anybody?
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the.
Oh yeah, we
debate
should
you had
show that
something
text
new.
message that you read,
Did you
just
wanna
because
share
I think
that?
that's important for the public. You shared it out of context.
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the text
So you're going to
message.
read it on my show, but not show it.
Correct.
Okay.
So I'll show it on my show, but that's what I'll do. I'll show it on my
Can
show.
I ask why?
Well, because I want to drip out the evidence, that's got to drip out that evidence, keep people coming back for the show, right?
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, I'll release it there. Yeah, that's my intention. But yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want to do closings.
Well, I also would just, if I may ask a question, is that permitted?
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah. Can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges that he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But
Can
I
you-
want to
can you
make sure
name
that we
one?
have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not
Is
following
that
the
it?
case.
That's the
Yeah.
question. You're
Yeah,
just not
but I mean,
following it
seems,
enough.
It seems pretty, like, if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty, I just think that you should, like,
All right.
can you tell me one
Then let's do the
charge that
counter.
he's...
You can really, yeah, no, this is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play
Yeah.
clips out of context,
Yeah,
put
yeah.
me in the hot seat. So please just answer the
This
question.
is fair.
Can
Name
you
all
name-
7
can
since
you-
you've been following the case.
Okay, sure.
Go ahead.
You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even, this is like,
Name all 7.
and I
Can you
I
name
think
all 7?
I can't.
Then do it.
Sure, you don't have to
Do
put
it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
you don't have
name
to put
'em.
your fingers up. I
Okay,
can do
hang on.
that.
Name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder, because that's what carries
Okay.
a death sentence
So
in the
murder.
state of Utah. No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And so
next.
just for people, no, don't. I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined,
Just
and
avoiding
because
the
it carries
question.
a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay.
You're just going to recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work, and you'll be better the next time you debate
I got
someone.
it. I got it. Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that people
I just
don't walk
want you
away?
to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them,
Then
and I'm going to
tell me
say
them.
again, because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I actually am under no time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And the
What's
final,
the specific charges, though?
that is them. Obstruction of justice,
Both of
obstruction
those-
of justice, witness tampering.
Okay. And there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being charged.
No.
with it.
Just the charges and then 7.
Yeah. See, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay. Got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder. That's the distinction. You just want to.
It's a massive. It's like you cannot
Massive.
say murder versus aggravated
Massive
murder.
distinction.
This gets to the entire crux of why him being up for the death sentence. And I actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. Actually, if the state was going to even try to pull this off, they should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or somebody puts your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, but at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know 1 of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty. If you would like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If you guys want to pull that up just to confirm the 7 you went through. Can you guys zoom in a little bit? For
aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and count 7
violent
I said offense in the presence of a
in front
minor.
of a child.
Yeah.
That's what
So
I
5,
said.
6, tampering witness, 3rd-degree felony. Now, I did notice something I just was curious about. If I'm just wondering, when you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had 1 communication with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You want to see it?
I'm just curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PBD, you're the moderator.
Okay.
Take it.
Let's see
See
it.
if anyone was texted at all during this debate
All right.
about the violent charges or anything.
I'm looking through this. You give me permission.
You
so I'm
have
looking at
full
the- I'm not gonna
permission to
give
go through
names.
my phone. I don't need to
So
cheat.
the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
Mhm.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's
so
a compliment.
he's reading them.
You're okay. You'll give me permission. I'm
Yes.
just going to read 3 of them
Yes.
to 1132 because after that, I don't need to read it.
And you know their texts. Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All
like
I have is Signal. You can check that too. I only have Signal. Telegram I used in Russia,
Okay.
And that was it. I downloaded it for
I'll
Russia.
take your word for it.
Yeah.
Then-
I don't need to I
Okay.
deeply care about this case. I don't need to
I
pretend
get
to
it.
know
If you
stuff that
deeply
I
care
don't
about
know.
the case, I
Yeah.
just, I have my other question is about the steakhouse receipt.
You just said that you were done asking all your
Nothing, just
questions.
So you know,
Yeah.
nothing there.
There. I don't
Yeah. Do you
need to
have the
that.
steakhouse receipts? My question.
I have said several times that I have never said I have the receipt for the steakhouse. I have said the person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt. And that was what I was responding to. And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it. And I said, stay tuned. He's the one working on that story.
Okay. So you
I never-
haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January. I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Okay. So to be clear, there's no receipt.
No, I just said the opposite. I said there is
Well,
a
you
receipt.
don't have a copy of the receipt.
I the receipt was published online.
Yeah, right. With blurred
The
out.
person working on this story
Yeah.
that blurred that out
Mhm.
is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff, because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse.
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence if that.
I agree with that,
Yeah,
but-
so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now,
He paid. If you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well,
It's
the
more
reason I'm
something
asking
that-
you is because you always include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we
Mhm.
feel are
But is there any actual
Utah
evidence?
1102 approved. I think speaking
Yeah.
to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the
Mhm.
receipt is good enough to put on our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like if I've ever had a merchant account, I just
Mhm.
call the merchant
Well-
account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of
Mhm.
what took place on that day. That's where it's going to stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If
Mhm.
that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule, for sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Well, yeah, beyond that, because they
Yeah,
didn't even
but-
have receipts. They were like, Bob told
But
me
the
this.
question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler
Yeah, I just want to
Robinson's,
say you're
right?
holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding it.
in
I'm
the
just
prosecution.
asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming. I told exactly
Mhm.
what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
So
I
should that be
chased it
added in
down.
an official timeline that
It's
you
in
give?
my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
You
we
can
get
do
something
what you
wrong,
want, sure. But
Well, I
I'm
just wanted to
asking,
make sure.
should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson?
yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should.
You don't think that falls
And then
under?
you should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
What's the
is,
strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
you know, I'm actually all good with being. I feel like
Okay.
I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got
All
the
right, fair enough.
information, what happened next. Would the next stage of this investigation being somebody accessing knowing what his debit card was and confirming it? Yes, and I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof.
Mhm.
Do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah. What was his first name?
Christopher.
Christopher. When Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during
Yeah,
the
about his
preliminary
camera
hearing.
died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No,
No. Who do you think planted it?
if we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage, I would say that I don't buy his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there. I do think that it's possible, it's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should be evidence of a police body cam. But like I said, you accept that stuff and then are like, did you call the merchant and get like, it just seems like you
Well, I'm not adding.
hold,
I'm
like
not
I said,
adding
you
this
hold the
to
prosecution to
Well,
a
wait a
state to
second.
a higher standard
I'm
than
not
you do to
adding
people.
unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean an official timeline? This is my
Well, this is
timeline.
the-
I made it at home.
So then it would be official to your show.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. So then your official timeline, Candace Owens' official timeline,
Yeah.
includes a steakhouse stop
Mhm.
that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well, yeah, it hasn't even been discussed by the prosecution. So it's not like you're debunking that it happened.
Well, there's no evidence for it. There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no camera there. And the steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler Robinson's.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you and you got to like keep pushing this, or like
I've been
'cause it-
following it very closely on X.
the receipt. You weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you really
You
wanted to
think
know.
that
I've been
because-
following it
do you
very
think that
closely on
because
X.
Wait, you think
I'm calling owners of
do you know
steakhouses
that-
and having a
wait,
conversation. You're following
Yeah,
Congo on
I
X.
literally followed the entire trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary or lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the
That's
charges.
splitting
You didn't know. That's
hairs.
not splitting. It means you didn't follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't
Like
mean
you
that
don't
at
know
all.
any of
That's
the charges that are
ridiculous.
against him. When this is like getting literally to the crux, aggravated
that's-
murder versus murder.
It's
a death
ridiculous.
sentence.
And not only that, let's point this out. One of the major things here is that this is your official timeline.
It's mine.
Yes. Who else is going to be? Who else? There would be Candace
What's your
Owens'
issue?
I just don't know what his
What's your
issue
issue
is with my timeline.
What's your issue with that?
Well, so the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around two people who claim that he was there and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case. But anyway, this particular receipt, they could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing. To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have to date, nobody has confirmed that this was actually Tyler Robinson's receipt. And yet inside of Candace Owens' timeline, which she states over and over again, when she says, this is the longest 13 hours, this is 13 and a half hours, the requirement for about what, roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse. And so, and that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying that I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me, like, not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually doing the legwork. And that's why like I said, if you think this builds up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person, we don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I feel like I've demonstrated that I did as much as I could to confirm this when it came in. I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, obviously took down everything he said, noted that there was, in fact, a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was published is real. A debit card and a credit card was used. If for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line, or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it from my timeline. But for right now, I think that there's enough under the Utah 1102 rule for me to keep it there. I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt. It's my timeline.
I don't know why the 1102 rule would apply here for your
because
timeline.
you will constantly cite things that are said in that courtroom that have less evidentiary support than me contacting and speaking with the owner of the restaurant. It's not like I dreamed it, as to use your expression. So it's in my timeline, and I'm going to keep it there if that's
sure.
cool.
You can keep whatever you
Great.
want there. I'm
Okay.
just saying that there's no evidence he was ever there.
Okay, thank you.
No hard evidence anyway. Yeah, I'm fine with closing.
Okay, so the last thing we're going to do before we go into ad break, right after this will be final thoughts. I'll be asking both of you if anything on your opinion, thoughts changed on the case, and then we'll finish it up from there. So with that being said, a 3.5 minute break, and then we'll come back for final thoughts.
All right, last shoe commercial break for PBD. He better get his shoe sales in right now. What did you guys think of that last exchange? It had a little bit of a different vibe than the previous one where Andrew had her on her back heels. Curious what your guys' thoughts were so far. I was looking at the poll in the chat. 56% of the audience right now do not believe that Tyler Robinson is the killer. 44% does believe. So 56% no, Tyler Robinson did not kill Charlie Kirk. That's now at 55. 45% says yes, he did kill Charlie Kirk. So we'll keep monitoring that, seeing what you guys think. Our brother Wicked Wally threw in 5, says, I'm still convinced Candace expected to get a huge seat at the TPUSA table. She didn't get it. So now she pushes a narrative, making herself the story. Interesting. Heelan throws in 5, says, I'm not convinced that Robinson killed Kirk. However, I am now convinced that women are incapable of engaging in formal debate. Love the book, DPH. Well, thank you, brother. Glad that you purchased the book. Yeah. Clearly, she's not. I mean, there's been a couple instances. I will say, though, she's holding her own. She's doing much better than I was expecting on the onset of the debate. I thought she would get flustered. She'd get overwhelmed. I thought Andrew should have kept on the questioning line. He should have had more specific questions, like not the previous section, but part of it, but certainly the one before. He kind of let her, and again, the moderator maybe could have helped if it was a more experienced debate moderator, but kind of let her off the hook. She kind of rambles, says all this different stuff, but just hitting her with poignant questions. And I think there's a lot more to question her about than just the steakhouse or, the fingerprints, stuff like that. They didn't even get into the Fort Huachuca, stuff like that. I mean, she's made a lot of other claims that they really haven't even addressed yet. But thank you so much, brother, for getting the book. Total Gravity throws in 20, says, my favorite chocolate is candy. That's funny. God bless Total Gravity. Thanks for the support, my man. So what are you guys thinking about it so far? Candace just yaks. My Black Quang. A lot of dodging, though. Yeah. Biased commentary. From me or from what am I biased about? I feel like I'm pretty straightforward. Andrew has gone in with a specific agenda, and being blind to it means you get anti-Candace. I'm not sure how that makes sense. So he goes in with a particular debate agenda. Okay, probably did. And being blind to it means you get anti-Candace. What? Doesn't even make any sense. I don't know what point you're trying to make there. Her saying Charlie was a time traveler wasn't even brought up. I know, that's what I'm saying. That like there's more stuff that could have been brought up. Andrew is a pedantic word cell. Like there's a lot of these extremist groups, but who have intels among. Okay, it must be a conversation going on. Yeah, biased. Who's being biased? I'm being biased? I feel like I'm being pretty straightforward. I don't think I'm being biased at all. I mean, obviously, I'm friends with Andrew. I'm pulling for Andrew. I will say I think Candace has done a better job than I expected. I would say she did pretty decent in that last back and forth. If Andrew has a viral clip from the debate so far, it's definitely when she asked, did you tweet that Erica Kirk is too retarded to kill Charlie Kirk? And he's like, yeah, because I think all women are retarded. That's definitely going to be a viral clip for Andrew. And I think for Candace, the one on the charges, I mean, that was a good rhetorical clip for her. Not that I think it meant much. And, technically, yes, aggravated murder is a more intense charge than just a general homicide charge or a general murder charge. The difference being aggravated murder means it was planned, it was prepared. There was more involvement in the implementation of the crime than just like in the heat of passion, you murder someone or someone's attacking you, end up killing them. You could be charged with homicide. Aggravated murder is a more strict charge, but again, Andrew just said murder. I would say that's probably the strongest point for Candace, at least as like a small clip that could potentially go viral or views or stuff like that. 45% of your audience thinks Charlie had magic bones. Well, I'm just saying, again, I think you guys are a little bit too polarized one way or the other. I've said openly, I think the 30-06 stopping in his neck is highly questionable, right? That one, the pavers, how they handled evidence, Kash Patel, FBI, Netanyahu coming out within an hour claiming he didn't kill Charlie. I mean, all that stuff's really suspicious and strange. So I think you can, again, have nuanced opinions. You can think, yeah, there's a lot of anomalies with this case. It's hard to know what's going on. And still be honest about the debate prompt is Charlie Kirk. All right, here we go. We're back.
Watching it, maybe a good commentary for you would be the following on if you're a Andrew fan and you are still saying, you know what, Andrew's arguments were solid, great. Candace, great. But did anything change your mind? Did you watch and say, you know what, I had this position over here. This would be an interesting commentary to hear. And of course, for all the people that are watching, I was just whispering to them here before we wrap it up. I think whether you're a fan of Andrew or not, whether you're a fan of Candace or not, nobody can dispute the fact that these guys agreed to sit down and talk live. Others were thinking
for $300,000.
This is not pre-recorded, just so everybody knows. This is purely live. This is a little bit scarier than pre-recorded because pre-recorded you can do edits. So whether you agree with them or not, let's make sure we respect both of them.
Sure.
For having this sit down. And before the final thoughts, I want to make sure you guys hear that from me as well, for inviting me here as well.
Of course.
I do know one day, I think it was last week, you sent a message on one of our accounts. You said, can I talk to Patrick? We got on the call. You said, Patrick, can you moderate this? And then I said, great, let's do this. And so before we wrap up, final thoughts, I'll come to you first.
Yeah, she had nothing, just nothing. For all of her claims of Patsy, nothing. She didn't have a single claim. She didn't have a single solid piece of evidence. She had no positive evidence Israel's involved in anything. No positive evidence that France is involved in anything. No positive evidence TPUSA is involved in anything. No positive evidence that Erica Kirk is involved in anything. When I asked her about her claims about Erica Kirk, yeah, it's just funning. It's just funning, you know? Or, yeah, I do think that she needs to sit down and ask some questions, but or answer some questions. But you know what? I don't even know if she has. Like, maybe she has. I have no idea. Yes, I'm going to have an official timeline with unconfirmed evidence. That's just fine. Hey, it's hearsay. If that's good enough for the state, it's good enough for me. But my biggest problem with the state is that they're admitting all this hearsay. It's like she's a contradiction machine. On top of all of this, the thing that I wanted to get out of this more than anything else was to just demonstrate one thing. Yes, it's true. I'm not perfect on the case. I'm not going to ever pretend that I am, and never did. But what has been made very clear to me is that there's nobody with an alternative theory that has any evidence for it at all. None. Zero. And the continuous kind of expression, we're running an investigation. What kind of investigation builds a timeline out on a receipt that they don't even confirm? What kind of investigation tries to make these bold claims that Israel's involved and France is involved and all these different players are involved and never shows any evidence? We're just asking questions. It's again, like I said in my opening, it's always intuition, my feelings, how I feel about things, how I think about things. Andrew, how many times did you hear this today? Andrew, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to think. Yeah, nobody's trying to tell you how to think. But you should rationally come to your conclusions based on evidence and facts. And the truth is that 90% of what you're saying is simply intuition based. It came to me in a dream. It's intuition. Almost none of it has any evidence at all. Just I'm skeptical because these people over here said things, and that makes me skeptical. It's like, but no evidence. Note this to the audience, to everybody watching. You might hate my guts. That's fair enough. I get that. I'm not the most likable man. I understand that too. But there was nothing. I mean, no evidence at all that Tyler Robinson was a patsy that was ever put forward by Candace this entire debate. Now, maybe you could say that we stalemated when it came to whether or not Robinson did it. She says, I found the evidence convincing, or unconvincing. Andrew says he found the evidence convincing. Okay, fair enough. Maybe you can't do too much about that, but there was nothing. She had nothing for Robinson being a patsy, nothing for any of her conspiracies. Not a zero, zilch. And she backed away on a bunch of them. This is the first time I think she's ever really backed away from the Twigs thing. First time I've heard her back away from the Erica thing, back away from TPUSA, being very cautious about making any of those claims now. Whereas on her show, much more likely to be making those claims. So she just had nothing the entire debate. Zero.
Candace.
Well, I think that is quite a conclusion. Admitting somewhere, maybe we stalemated, it probably signifies what I've been saying from the beginning, that you didn't feel that you were strong on the actual facts and the evidence, which I was willing to engage with you. I wanted to go over the screwdriver. I wanted to go over the towel and the things that you've mentioned, and you wanted to then move the conversation into a defense of Erica Kirk and her character, and what I've said about Erica, which is my opinion. And I have not edited that opinion after discussing with you. I would like to extend a compliment to you for being willing to sit down and to have the conversation. I still walk away feeling that the people who are jumping on the bandwagon about this case don't care about this case. They don't care about Erica Kirk. It tends to be follow that they take a meeting with Turning Point USA and they come out and suddenly have a lot of junk to say about Candace Owens. And I do want to also stress that Turning Point USA tried to pepper him with something as a surprise. He showed clips that were meant to be a surprise. I did no such thing. I stressed to PBD from the beginning that I was grateful he was taking this on and that I wanted this to be a clean debate because I believe I can win this on the merits. And I believe that I did win this fully on the merits by engaging the evidence of what has happened. I do still believe that there is more evidence which supports that there are more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up. And that none of the evidence that was presented was in any way overwhelming, which is why I think you wanted to move to end that discussion quickly and to speak to me about France and to talk about this Panguitch receipt and my timeline. I want to remind people that a lot of the at-home investigators, which you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths, I think it was on a show that you did right after Charlie was assassinated, that internet sleuths would solve this. This is the reason why Charlie, a year on, is still a conversation every single day trending on Twitter. I knew Charlie. I cared about Charlie. I care about finding out what the truth is here. My heart is in the right place. I think anybody who watches my show or even just watched this debate knows that if I get something wrong, I'll instantly correct it and own it. I'm not arrogant. I don't need to sit here and pretend that I didn't misspeak on the Lance thing. It hasn't been ruled out. But you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point. You know, part of being a well-meaning person is to concede when you are wrong, to take something off a timeline when you know it's not right. And I would like to think that that is why I have earned the audience that continues to follow me, because they know my heart's in the right place, that I deeply cared about Charlie and I deeply care about the answers. I want to thank Andrew's team who are providing the fact checks. It's a very small room that they're in. I want to, as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen and flip this set. And to you, PBD, just for being a great moderator, I think very fair, letting us both speak and making sure that Andrew got out of this what he wanted, which is a little more than what I wanted. But I'm very content with how I dealt with this. And I trust, I don't need to convince the audiences with the magic trick of what they need to think about this debate. They can watch it and draw their own conclusions.
Beautiful. Fair from both of you. I think the audience won. And again, from the beginning, all of this is because of how much love and respect we have for Charlie Kirk, a great man that's no longer here with us. His 1-year anniversary is coming up here. I can't believe it's that quick that is here. The audience, I think you also won if you did. Support the Crucible, support the Candace Show, support the PBD podcast, subscribe to the channel. This is how you help these voices get out even more, especially going into future when this happens. You want a lot of independent creators to have these types of discussions. And last but not least, the two of you, I respect you guys again for having this conversation. It is not easy to do so. Hopefully this will lead to more discussions. A lot of different things we talked about. I'm sure there will be a lot of follow-up. With that being said, take care, everybody. God bless. Have a great weekend.
Bye.
All right. So that the debate has concluded. Yeah, Rachel said neither side made a case. Yeah, that was kind of, and here we'll follow with Rachel. She said they were both supposed to defend overwhelming evidence of their position. She refused cross-examination, so we only got stories and complaining. Yeah, I brought that up, Rachel. I don't know if you were watching, but that was so strange how she acted like cross-examination was foreign to the debate, or now that they got out of the opening statement section that they're no longer in a debate. It's a conversation. It's like, no. He paid $300,000. It's a fucking debate. It's a debate. And, but we mentioned earlier, it was like two people were making positive cases the whole time, you know, based on the debate prompt that Rachel shared with us, which is essentially, did Tyler Robinson kill Charlie Kirk? That's the debate prompt. Andrew takes the affirmative position. Tyler Robinson did kill Charlie Kirk. Candace's position is that Tyler Robinson did not kill Charlie Kirk, and they were supposed to present their evidence. And really the onus is on Candace then to present an argument that undermines the credibility of Andrew. It felt like they were talking past each other because Andrew is presenting the positive case, for Tyler Robinson based on the pretrial hearing, and then you have Candace presenting the positive case for her conspiracy. But again, technically the debate, she needed to make a negative case. She needed to undermine his positive case. And so it just kind of seems stuck there. And so, yeah, I agree with Rachel. It's like they never got to the overwhelming evidence each of them claimed they had. Deadpool Kid threw in 5 says, nothing entices more than money, especially in the 6 figures. Yeah. No, can you $300,000 Candace just made for that, let alone I saw her channel live had like 220,000 people watching and sending in super chats. So she made bank there. We'll put it that way. Deep said, person I agree with one, and it's not Derp, it's Deep. Yeah, I just did that again. Thanks. Yeah. So what are your guys' overall thoughts of the debate? I'm curious. I'll post a new poll here. Steelman says Rachel would have been better, to be honest. Well, did you see at the beginning of our stream, Rachel highlighted that Candace wouldn't even let her go to the debate. Candace wouldn't let Rachel in her house. So that's why Rachel actually didn't attend. So only Andrew and some of his crew were there. Paying 300 G's to get bodied by Andrew didn't get bodied though. You can say Candace did a better job than expected. I agree with that. She did a better job than I expected she do. But where did she body him? Where was the bodying that Candace bodied Andrew? I guess if you're going to give the most favorable treatment to both and to Candace, you'd say it was maybe close to a stalemate, that neither one really undermined or totally proved one side or another. But getting bodied, I didn't see that. And I don't see how this is a rest in peace for Andrew. I don't see that either. Young Old Boy says debates suck, to be honest. Well, I wish they got to more of the evidence there, because Andrew had her on her back foot during that the section previous to the last section, the back and forth. Yeah, it was frustrating. Candace does not know how to debate and needed to be timed. Yeah, or just be more poignant in some of the back and forth questioning. Demetrius throws in, I don't know, is that New Zealand? What is NT currency? 150 NT currency. I think Andrew's point is that people should tread carefully with theories. Yeah, absolutely. That's the point he's making. And even coming up with questions, like, for example, I have my own questions about the Charlie Kirk assassination, but Candace has gone overboard with inferring from potential evidence and then speculating to an entire narrative. So absolutely, you don't have to believe the entirety of the official narrative to also think, hey, this is interesting. This is anomalous. This, makes me scratch my head. But what she's presented, as we've saw, she can't really back, which everybody knew. I mean, how is she going to prove any of this? If the defense team of Tyler Robinson wasn't able to in the pretrial hearing, or at least provide things that were convincing, how is she going to? One can make bold assumptions, but must verify them with care before treating them as truth. Also, hello from Taiwan. Well, hello from Taiwan. Wow. All the way on the other side of the Pacific. Paul throws in 2, says, was this over Charlie Kirk? Yes. The debate prompt was, did Tyler Robinson kill Charlie Kirk? Andrew was in the affirmative. So he was presenting a lot of the evidence presented at the pretrial hearing. Candace was supposed to debunk the idea that Tyler Robinson, or at least undermine the argument that Tyler Robinson was the official killer. So that's why it felt more like a back and forth of stating the premise or each position. Our brother Wicked Wally throws in 5, says basically admitted she won't reach a point where the rubber hits the road, and since she can pivot as the trial develops, she'll never have to say one. Yeah, that's true. It's true. And that's where I think one of the advantages she has is that there are anomalies with this case. And as people are aware of the anomalous factors or things that seem very strange, the 30-06 round stopping in the neck, repaving, the handling of evidence, sort of, I mean, and let's face it, I am not here to say Erica Kirk killed Charlie Kirk, but after Charlie Kirk's assassination, you can say, I mean, I will say my opinion is that Erica Kirk, maybe that's how she grieves, but I found it strange. I found it strange. So maybe, again, we all may grieve differently, but her actions cause people to speculate. But yeah, Candace won't ever have to actually prove something. I mean, I think this debate is the closest she'll ever get to having to prove some of the scenarios. And all it was is a sort of circular reasoning. It just goes back to, well, I inferred this from this, or this was anomalous, but didn't prove her point. Shout out to Tribulation Saints. Brother, we need to do a stream here soon. Throws in 5, says, nobody won this debate. It wasn't convincing either way. Yeah, fair enough. I don't think there was a clear winner per se. And even looking at my own chat, it's amazing to see how many people are polarized. So, in fact, I'll try to get the official numbers here of how you guys think the debate ended. So now that it's over, the poll, I'm going to end the poll that's in the chat right now. Do you think Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk? 56% say no. So the majority of the audience is in favor of Tyler Robinson not being the killer, which is interesting because the majority of the audience believe that Andrew Wilson won the debate, which he was taking the opposite position. So who won the debate? And I'll include stalemate. So Andrew, Candace, stalemate. We'll see what the majority of the audience says here. I'm curious. Jalen 5680 throws in 10, says, because you pulled up my comment earlier about Candace not knowing how to debate, thanks for the stream. Yours was the best. Well, thank you, Jalen. I appreciate that. God bless you. When we do these stream reviews, I try not to speak a ton over the actual debate, just because that's what we're here for. And then during the breaks and stuff like that, we can engage with what the debater said. So I appreciate you appreciated my coverage of the debate. Try to stay out as much as I could. Just subscribe. Well, shout out to you, Wrestling PC. Thank you very much, my man. Bro, the debate is whether Tyler killed Charlie. Yes, exactly. That's what I was saying. That was what the debate was about. So let's look at the poll here. Interesting. So we have 139 votes so far in our poll here in the live chat. 40% are saying a stalemate. 34% Candace, which is very different from what we had earlier during the debate. Majority was like 60 to sometimes 70% was in favor of Andrew. And then 27% are saying that Andrew won the debate. So I don't know. I think it was a tough prompt, and neither one of them were really presenting the affirmative case. Andrew's sneaking up there. He's up to 29% now. Candace 32. In my debate opinion, so not regarding my agreement with some of the anomalies of the case, in regards to the debate and the prompt, I don't see how Candace proved or disproved Tyler Robinson or proved an alternative theory. She brought up interesting pieces of potential evidence if the narrative is true. So I don't see how Candace officially won. I will say she did a lot better than I expected. Because for her to win the debate, she had to make the case that Tyler Robinson did not, and someone else most likely did. Maybe you guys heard that. I did not hear that as the official, takeaway. Now, did she do better than expected? Absolutely, she did. I would say my personal opinion, now maybe I am biased because I'm friends with Andrew. I would say it's Andrew or a stalemate is what it is. But Candace certainly did better than expected. So we're now to 200 votes. Everybody watching right now, vote in the live chat on YouTube. So we're at 206 votes. Andrew's at 31%, Candace at 34%, 35% stalemate. So interesting. Deep, I don't know why I said derp. Deep throws in another 5. Thank you so much, brother. He says, Candace had home advantage. There needs to be a second leg with a 600,000 price tag now. Yeah. No, I don't think anybody's going to be giving Candace 600,000. I mean, my gosh, that was a very lucrative event for Candace. If I was analyzing it, I'd say it didn't hurt her. Like, I don't think any of the wine moms that love Candace saw that debate and are convinced that Candace is wrong. So that's why I'm almost leading more towards a stalemate in regards to the debate, because whatever camp you're in, you're probably still in, right? If you're in the camp that Andrew's going to win or Andrew's going to make the most convincing argument, I think most people probably haven't changed. If you were already in the camp in favor of Candace, you probably haven't changed. So, it's not just wine moms, goofball. It's people with common sense. Okay. Uh-oh. I got called the goofball. Dig the voice. Uh-oh. Shame on me. Shame on me. American Justinian throws in 2, says Israel won. They always win. They're the chosen people. Duh. PBD derailed the debate a couple times. The line of questioning about whether Candace and George went on double dates with Erica and it's like, what does that have to do with debate? That was right when Andrew is peppering her on, like, how is Erica complicit? Which, again, if I was going to steel man Candace, what she was saying is, well, she's not complicit in the murder, but she's complicit in the cover up. But that would also necessitate, and Andrew should have then pressed her, well, what evidence do you know that she's aware that Tyler Robinson was not the murderer or something to that effect? So did you guys think PBD was a good moderator or no? Candace had Sixth Sense and Charlie Kirk's Ghost, so she won. God. Okay, Mike says Candace won. Now the excuses with home advantage. Oh my God, the delusion and denial. Okay, I'm not saying anything about the home advantage. I mean, she's pregnant. I think that was I think even Andrew recognized it. It's a fair request. If she's pregnant, she wants to do the debate at her house, not fly. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough there. No way. She changed the rules all the time her way. Well, it was, some of the stuff was strange. Yeah, such a wine mom response. You goofball. They're not all wine moms, you goofball. Jeez. Andrew proved nothing, just sat there doing the alcoholic shakes. That's not true. Come on. Yeah, goofball. I'm the official goofball now. Not true. Those who are on Team Candace are open to changing their minds if real evidence is presented and we are treated with respect and dignity. Well, I feel like I treat everyone with respect and dignity. So, Vasi, I think, if you're on Team Candace, that's fine. I don't think that my point was this debate did not change someone's opinion. If they're on Team Candace, they left this debate still being on Team Candace. If you're on Team Andrew, you probably left this debate still being on Team Andrew. That was my point. Yeah, what the F was PBD doing with the impromptu interview? I don't know. I don't know. PBD posture and man spread mocked them. I did see that. I thought about the same thing. He had his little iPad right between his crotch with his legs spread. He was man spreading. Yeah, Bless Israel. Exactly. You hear that, YouTube? Do you hear that, YouTube? Andrew is just a sniveling rat. Man, so much hate for Andrew. It's very interesting. I don't get that. And even some of you Orthodox, when did the change on Andrew happen? It seems like so much energy is critical of Andrew. When exactly did that take place? I'm not sure. Andrew is a poor example of orthodoxy, embarrassing. I don't think he did anything embarrassing in this debate. You may not like his rhetoric sometimes, but what did he do that was embarrassing? Your sneezes one. I only sneezed one time, Steel Man. Come on. Why are we even talking about Team Candace or Andrew? This is retarded. Should be on Team Truth about what happened. Well, of course. Well, what? I don't even get, how does that address anything I'm saying? Of course we should be on Team Truth, but that's Team Christ. My point is looking at the sort of sociological and pop cultural consequences of the debate. My point is what side someone was on is probably still on that side. I don't see how that commentary is retarded, but whatever. To each their own. Yeah, Candace didn't win, but Andrew lost. So did all of us. Yeah, but you've already hate Andrew. So I think that's coming. Again, if you consider me biased, fine. Yeah, there is a sort of Andrew derangement syndrome going on. I'm seeing in the chat. He couldn't open a pickle jar. I'm not sure how that has to do with anything. Team Candace is a cult. Same can be said about Team Andrew. Liz Smith, been a Coda Crew member for 1 month. Thank you very much, Liz. She says, I definitely think someone either put Tyler up to this or he's being set up. I do think it was TPUSA. Do I think it was TPUSA? Not a chance. Think MLK, Kennedy, Malcolm X. Well, exactly. All that stuff could be true. I mean, even given the debate prompt, Tyler Robinson could be the killer, and there could be an Israeli conspiracy that used the U.S. government and that he was a patsy. So, again, both things could be theoretically true. Now, does the evidence point to that right now? No. But let's say, again, you make points with MLK, Kennedy, Malcolm X. You can get both Kennedys in there as well. A lot of anomalies. And it's still possible Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk, and whether he was knowing it or not, was being led by secret operatives. That can still be the case. We don't know. Andrew counter signals J6ers and TPUSA didn't help. Just facts, no hate. How did he counter signal J6ers? I'm not aware of this criticism. What did Andrew do regarding J6ers that got people upset? I'm not even familiar. Candace is a grifter, and unfortunately, Andrew was not a good enough match for such a grifter. I mean, what could he have done better? I'm curious. I would say maybe hammering some of the questioning, not letting her kind of run off as much. That's about the only thing that I can think of. Tristan was attacking him in Jim Bob's chat. The pearl clutching and inability to look into the wild claims about Andrew are eye-opening. Well, what wild claims? Just tell me. I'm not going to ban anybody. Just tell me. Like, just be straightforward. I just want to know what wild claims? That he was a Freemason before he was Orthodox? What are the wild claims? And what was Tristan saying? I like Tristan. I like Andrew. I like Jim Bob. I'm friends with all of them. I'm going to have Tristan on. I'm going to be going to, seeing Andrew to do the debate course. So it's okay. You can be critical. I'm just curious. Like, what are the wild claims about Andrew? PBD was pathetic. He accused her of cheating. Laugh out loud, what a moron. Okay. But I don't get it. Andrew himself said there was a good chance we weren't getting the whole story. He was simply pushing back on the fact she has no evidence for her claims. Nobody understands nuance. Yeah, exactly. That was the whole thing, is for her to provide evidence for her claims. Is anybody aware of what Vassy says? Patrick, ask yourself why Andrew is not liked. Well, I think it's his presentation. It's his rhetoric sometimes. Yeah, I can get, nobody's saying why Andrew isn't liked. Remove yourself from the orthobro echo chamber and look at him from a non-orthodox reading, his socials and jugular aggression at people. Yeah, okay, I get that. But I'm just saying there's been a massive turn from, people's sentiments towards Andrew from 6 months ago to today. That's my point. Of course, I can understand why people don't like Andrew. And again, he even addressed it in the chat or the debate. He knows that there's a lot of reasons people may not like him, but what? What's wrong with Jay Sixers? That's what I don't know. Andrew was very insistent on overwhelming evidence. Then he didn't get destroyed. Like, that's just not an honest watching of the debate. You may prefer Candace. You may think that Andrew's holding on to the official narrative, which is problematic, but he didn't get destroyed. I mean, she didn't really present a lot of foundational, positive evidence. So, that reminds me, is your eye doing better today? Oh my God, yeah. So if you guys see the right eye droop and compared to my left, it's because it got scratched. I had to go to the hospital over the weekend. It's doing much, much better, Vigo. Thank you very much. They gave me all these drops and stuff. It's amazing how fast your eye heals. It's amazing how fast your mouth and your eyes can heal compared to the rest of your body. I think Jay's right. Everyone's in a cult. Maybe. Why is Andrew doing this debate in the first place is the real question. Well, because he wanted to push her on her claims. Tristan, I assumed that someone was referring to Tristan Haggard going after Andrew. I don't know. Again, that's why I wasn't in Jim Bob's chat. I was here with you guys watching the debate, so I have no idea what someone said in another chat. I genuinely think you're smart enough to see what I see, dog. Okay, what do you see? I don't get how anything I've said could even be controversial. I feel like I'm very straightforward about what I saw. If I came in here and be like, oh yeah, Andrew just dominated, that might be disingenuous or biased. That's not what I said. I'm very honest about what we just watched. I don't get it. I believe Candace is right, but Andrew won. Rachel will out woman argue and condescend Candace. How am I not being objective? What am I not being objective about? What is the thing I'm not objective about? Please let me know. Someone just say specifically. It doesn't have anything to do with orthodoxy. This debate has nothing to do with orthodoxy. I don't know how this is an accusation against orthodoxy. It's about Tyler Robinson. I don't get it. I don't get it. Andrew was too nice. Well, I told you I didn't think he was going to go in there for blood sport. I didn't think he was going to do the blood sport debate on her. AC says she had no evidence exactly and moved all over the place with skill. The audience was, I mean, she didn't prove her point, and you could make the case that maybe he didn't prove his point, but come on. How do we connect, bro? I can get a hold of Trump easier. Email me or message me on X. Either one. Church of the Eternal Logos at gmail.com. Very, very simple, straightforward. When did he plead the fifth on questions? I didn't see that. Logic-wise, Andrew won. Sadly, Candace definitely won regards to money and publicity. I don't think that hurt Candace. I don't think it hurt Andrew necessarily either. That's why I think it was probably more of a stalemate in people in the public opinion. Yeah, he just did a great video on Noahide laws. Go check out my brother's channel, Tribulation Saints. He has a recent video on Noahide laws. Quality. Go check it out if you guys haven't seen it. Anyways, guys, I'm gonna have to get off here. I need to go eat. And Jay Dyer is going to be joining me in an hour and a half, around 5 o'clock. We're going to be joined by Jay Dyer. We're going to be chatting about some of the recent events. So bring your questions, guys. My stream with Jay today is on anything. There's not a specific topic. So if there's geopolitical events, conspiracy theories, things that you've always wanted to ask Jay Dyer, I'm giving you guys the opportunity today. We're hosting a free-flowing conversation. Where's the poll? Or is it embarrassing because it's right? What are you talking about? You're in the chat. The poll is right there. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, dude? I don't get it. Yeah, hour and a half and 30 minutes. Well, Jay may be late. We'll see. We'll see. But Jay's going to be on. We're not going to be focusing on the Candace Andrew debate. We'll be talking about anything else people are interested in, geopolitics, conspiracies, history, stuff like that. So Jay Dyer is like Lord Voldemort to the women in the chat. So is Andrew, apparently. Candace destroyed Andrew. Andrew refused to show the text message he advertised. Man was destroyed and he paid for it. I don't know. That's not what I seen. Yeah, BIPOC queens. I know it's going to be tough having such a glorious E-diva on today, stealing the limelight. But, to get those ortho bucks, I'm going to have her on. BIPOC queen. All right. And Pipe and Prayer throws in $10, says, Ortho Unk support. Ortho Unk. Thank you, Ortho Unk, for the support. I do appreciate that, my man. Thank you. And let me just double check. Over on Dono Chat, Paris sends in $5, says, so much money and so much noise for what? What did that debate have to offer to an Orthodox, even in the political spectrum? Just a clash of egos. Well, I don't think the point was to offer much to Orthodox Christians. The point was to confront Candace on some of her claims regarding Charlie Kirk's assassination. But you make a fair point. Was that worth $300,000? I don't know. I'll have to ask Andrew whether he has a little bit of remorse for paying for it. And I guess we'll see how things unfold. But yeah, $300,000 for that is a bit of a steep price, if you ask me. L, PBD moderator. No. It's funny how there's very few women. It seems like the Andrew stuff is very divided amongst gender. Almost every woman in the chat that I've seen believes that Candace won. Some of the men are split, but everyone who's in favor of Andrew seems to be men. So it's interesting how that's unfolded. Oh my God. Yeah. $300,000 for Candace to sit down for three. She just made $100,000 an hour. Yeah. I don't think that hurt her. I don't, whether that was a great investment. I'll ask Andrew and we'll see how all this stuff turns out in the long run. I don't know. Headstone of the Corner throws in 5, says, Andrew did very well. He knew she was pregnant and didn't press her on much. He did win, and she won a bunch of money. Yeah. I would say if you're going to be a stickler on the debate based on what the debate topic was, Andrew would more than likely have won the debate because he actually argued the debate prompt and argued in favor. But was it ultimately convincing? I think there was so much back and forth. It's kind of convoluted. But she definitely won financially today. No doubt about that. All right, guys. That's going to do it for me. I got to go get something to eat. And I will be back in an hour and a half with your guys' favorite BIPOC E-Diva queen, Jay Dyer. So I will see you all then, as always, until 5 o'clock. God bless.